All right. Hello, Hawkeye fans, and welcome to our first ever live pregame show presented by Hawk Vision Extreme. I am live from Kinnick Stadium, and it feels so good to say that. We certainly know that game days look a little different this year, but we wanted to bring you a taste of Saturdays at home before you watch the game on ESPN. We're bringing you interviews with head coaches, football alumni, a little behind the scenes of the team arriving to the stadium, in-depth analysis with our radio crew, and we're going to be catching up with Jim Albrecht, Gary Dolphin, Ed Podolak, and right now I'm going to toss it over to Jim Albrecht.
Hawkeye Sargent, save for the fumbles, were really good. Spencer Petrus' performance was solid after the first 10 minutes. He settled in. And defensively, Barrington Wade was very scary good in his first start at linebacker. He had an interception and a sack. And kudos to the kicking game. First-year punter Torrey Taylor averaged 44 yards. Keith Duncan was 2 for 2 in field goals, and Caleb Shudeck was driving those tee shots through the end zone. Special teams in general were outstanding. Jim ditched the false starts and the fumbles, and good things will happen for the Hawks on this Hallows Eve. And you mentioned Chuck Long at the top of your opening there. It was this week in 1986, I believe it was. 1984, Chuck Long completed a Big Ten record 22 straight passes in an Iowa win over Indiana. And Spencer Petrus would take anything close to that today, but he'll be a lot better, as all the Hawks will be.
Dolph, it's great to see you. Always great to see Eddie Podolak, and Rob Brooks will be along as well as we continue our broadcast as Iowa takes on Northwestern here at Kinnick Stadium. Don't forget, you can gear up for Iowa's next game with Authentic Brand Apparel, a great Iowa company making Iowa Hawkeye apparel for men, women, and kids. It's the apparel that we all wear on the crew here on game days. Find it at local retail retailers or order online at authentic-brand.com. Authentic Brand, look authentic, feel authentic, and be authentic. I've got an authentic guest for you coming up next. Louis Trinca-Passat. He's got a great story, and he was a pretty good defensive tackle as well. You are listening to Hawkeye's Game Day Show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
What's next for you?
Clear pregame break number 1. Yes. Yes.
So Hawkeye fans, by now, you know that you can watch our show from the comfort of your home, but did you also know that you can get involved? We want to feature you guys on our live 2-hour pregame show, and the way that we're going to do that is by you guys going to hawkeyesports.com/fancam. So all you're going to do, go to that link, hawkeyesports.com/fancam, click on the link, and then it's going to show your entire at-home tailgate. We want to see, are you guys decked out in your Hawkeye gear? I sure hope so. I want to see, what are you guys having for your tailgate food? How have you decorated? I know we have some crazy Hawkeye households out there, so let's see them. hawkeyesports.com/fancam. We want to feature you guys on there. Now, you guys know better than anybody that 2020 has definitely thrown us some curveballs, and I know that you guys are thrilled to have football back, as we are as well. But let's take a little stroll down memory lane, as painful as it might be there at the beginning. Let's go to exactly what happened and what got us to the point where we are now playing football here at home. So we're going to hop back to August 5th. The Big Ten released a conference-only schedule that would begin on September 5th. So this gave us a little bit of hope, right? We're still feeling pretty good about it. Okay, we can wait a little bit longer. That's fine. Conference only. We like Big Ten. Okay, August 11th. The Big Ten Conference decided to postpone fall sports to presumably spring. Okay, we can do that. Wait a little bit longer. Got it. Still going to count on some football. Then we go to September 13th. About a month later, the Big Ten chancellors meet to discuss updated medical information regarding COVID-19. Okay, maybe some hope. I don't know. Feeling a little bit of whiplash here. September 16th, the Big Ten announces that we're going to have Big Ten football back beginning on October 24th. Of course, that was last weekend. And how good did that feel to see our Hawkeyes back out on the field? And here they are, back at home. As a fan, you probably felt a little bit like that was a whirlwind of changes. We all felt the same, but I think we can all agree that the best surprise and the best gift of 2020 that we could have gotten was having Big Ten and Hawkeye football back and being able to watch our Hawkeyes play yet again. I also want to give a quick shout out to Big Ten Rentals for hooking us up with this great set. They're wonderful partners of the Hawkeyes. So we are getting pretty close to getting to kick off, kind of, sort of. We're going to get there. We're going to check back in with our Hawkeye Radio Network right now.
Is to become the premier insurance company.
Jim Albrecht and, of course, Northwestern in town as the Hawks open up the weird 2020 season at home. Of course, inside every stat line of every Hawk is a backstory of their lives that led them to Iowa City and then extends past their playing days. The fierce and intelligent defensive tackle Louis Trinca-Passat has a story that spans the globe from Romania to the Philippines, and he joins us now from Dallas, Texas. Louis, how are you, man?
Hey, Jim, I'm doing great. It's a great opportunity and great honor to be on this radio station. I'm excited. I'm excited to be here and excited to see what's going to happen today.
Well, we got a special gift for you because the voice of the Hawks is right here with me, and he wants to say, yo, what's up, LTP?
I had to say hi, Louie. How you doing, man?
Great. How you doing? This has been an honor. It's been a pleasure to be back, and I'm excited. I'm excited to talk about the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, we had Louis Trinca-Passat a few times as our star of the game, Eddie and I, and I've been telling people, hey, the three-name thing didn't start with Amir Smith-Marset and Ivory Kelly-Martin. I said, Louis Trinca-Passat, formed that bond, more years ago than we'd like to remember right now. But glad to hear you're doing well down there in Big D. And we need a pass rush today like you could perform. I know you were well-traveled, but you were out of high school in Chicago, and Kirk Ferentz offered you a chance to play Big Ten football. And I know you got a little extra stoke for Northwestern.
He did. Yeah, he still does. He doesn't like them, Gary. Do you, Lewis? Yeah. Why?
They never offered me a scholarship. They promised me they would, and they never did. So I always held that against them.
Well, it worked out because you gave them fits. Now, we mentioned you came from Chicago, and Dolph mentioned that there were people interested in you. You were a great defensive end prospect in the country. You were rated in the top 50 across the board, and Stanford called, Wisconsin called, Michigan State called. Stanford just too far away? Is that why you? I mean, Stanford's hard to get into, Lewis.
Yeah. They were number 2 on my choice, but they were too far away. My family, it's too far for them to come to the games. I'm pretty sure they could have made some, but ultimately, I just wanted to remain close to home, and unfortunately, it's too far away for me.
Well, he wore number 90. He started all 38 games in his last 3 seasons. And the weird thing about your story, but it does happen in football, you're playing all kinds of positions in high school: tight end, linebacker, wide receiver. Your team wins the 2008 Chicago Public League Championship at Lane Technical College Prep High. You're ready to deal with what you know. You get here and somebody says, I think maybe you should put your hand in the dirt. How did you take that news?
At first I didn't really like it. I was like, this is weird because it was out of my comfort zone. And I wanted to play DN, something I was comfortable with, and just try to rush the quarterback, get some sacks. And initially I was like, all right, well, this kind of sucks, but let's see how this goes.
Well, it went pretty well, but the one...
Well, Hawkeye fans, it is about that time now that our team will be arriving to the stadium. Last night they stayed in Cedar Rapids, as they do every night before a game, and now they should be arriving to Kinnick Stadium. You guys know this as the Hawk Walk, and if this were a normal game day, hundreds of fans and family members and friends would be lining up to watch those players walk from the bus into the stadium, and of course, they have to touch Niall Kinnick's beloved helmet for that symbol of good luck. So let's hop on down to that Hawk Walk right now. Let's see our players coming in the stadium. The Hawkeyes are arriving now in the Hawkeye team bus, powered with biodiesel, a clean-burning fuel that makes our air better, creates jobs right here at home, and adds value to every bushel of soybeans grown by Iowa farmers. Hop aboard and cheer the Iowa Hawkeyes to victory. This message is brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff. there are a million ways that you can show. Okay. Now, Hawkeye fans, as you guys know, there are a million ways that you can support your Hawkeyes, and the best way to do that is by joining the ICLUB. Members of the ICLUB are a driving force of Iowa athletics and create first-class opportunities for our student athletes. Make a direct and lasting impact on our student athletes by joining the ICLUB.
Support from the ICLUB provides the best facilities and college experience for our student athletes to win, graduate, and do it right. Encourage everyone to make a difference in the lives of our student athletes by supporting the ICLUB. Thank you for your support of Iowa athletics.
Although we don't have all of you joining us today or for the rest of the season, we do have a few of you and a lot of dogs I'm seeing out here too. I want to give a huge shout out to all of our Hawkeye fans and all of our Hawkeye dogs that submitted the photos for our fan cutouts and purchased those. They are absolutely incredible, and they make it feel just a little more like home here in Kinnick Stadium. We love seeing you guys out here. If you want to see yourself sitting in the seats in the stadium as those fan cutouts, all you have to do is go to hawkeyesports.com/fan cutouts to purchase yours. And the best part of this is that 20% of all of the proceeds will go to the University of Iowa Dance Marathon, which directly benefits the Stead Family Children's Hospital. Again, that is hawkeyesports.com/fan cutouts.
This land is cultivated by a legacy of commitments and sacrifice. It is sustained by those who come from a lineage that has provided for the needs of many, persevering through countless hours of contest and strife. Like football season, the harvest season is a special time. Enduring long days, hard work, and often challenges in the days ahead. We encourage all Iowans to be mindful of farmers on the roadways. Give them space and show your support. We're proud to dedicate the Hawkeye football game against Northwestern on October 31st as the 5th annual Harvest Game. paying tribute to our farmers and wishing them a safe and bountiful harvest. We know that under sun and moon, blue skies or rain, our farmers are committed to their craft and passing it on to the next generation.
Now, fans, today we celebrate and support all of our farmers during the 5th annual Harvest Game at Kinnick. The fall harvest is a special time that endures long days and hard work and often challenges in the days ahead. Be mindful of farmers on the roadway, give them space, and of course, show them your support today and every day. Thank you to our harvest kickoff partners, the Iowa John Deere dealers and Farm Credit Services of America. Let's kick it to our Hy-Vee Big Ten today with the radio.
Back inside Kinnick Stadium, John Swisher with you now as we continue to get ready for the home opener for the Hawkeyes as they welcome in the Wildcats of Northwestern. It's time now for the Hy-Vee Big Ten Today report, brought to you by Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Go to aislesonline.com to get started. 12 Big Ten Conference schools in action for Week 2 of the 2020 season. Illinois, Michigan, Penn State, Rutgers, and Iowa, of course, will open up their home schedules today. In his first game as Rutgers head coach since 2011, Greg Schiano led the Scarlet Knights to a 38-27 victory against Michigan State and snapped a 21-game Big Ten losing streak last week. Rutgers won its Big Ten opener for the first time and claimed a Big Ten road victory for the first time since 2017. Northwestern head coach Pat Fitzgerald earned his 100th career win last Saturday, becoming the 16th Big Ten head coach to reach that milestone all time. The Wildcats had their largest margin of victory in that 43-3 win over Maryland in a Big Ten game since beating Illinois 48-0 back in 1970. The Wildcats also recorded their largest halftime lead in a conference game in the Fitzgerald era and their largest margin of victory in a season opener since 1965. Speaking of Northwestern, they own the Special Teams Player of the Week in Charlie Kubander, the senior kicker from Springboro, Ohio. He was a perfect 3 for 3 on field goals on a blustery night at Ryan Field. He converted 2 of those field goals from 43 yards, including one as time expired in the second quarter. He also was successful in all 4 PAT attempts to total 13 points on the night. A check at the U.S. Bank scoreboard is around the corner here on the Hy-Vee Big Ten Today report. But first, we get a preview of 2 other conference contests.
Around the Big Ten, Indiana.
After a huge program win for Indiana in their opener last week against Penn State, improvement is still the focus for the team as they hit the road to face Rutgers on Saturday afternoon. Tom Allen challenged his offense, primarily the offensive line, to extend drives after Indiana was held to just 211 yards of offense last week. Those struggles caused IU's defense to be on the field for more than 40 minutes of regulation. Now the Hoosiers face 1-0 Rutgers in Week 2, a team they've beaten in 4 consecutive seasons. Reporting from SHI Stadium in New Jersey, I'm Greg Murray.
Around the Big Ten, Ohio State.
A critical Week 2 Big Ten clash takes place Saturday night in State College as the 3rd-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes visit 18th-ranked Penn State. Ohio State is coming off a 52-17 win in the opener at home against Nebraska last week. Quarterback Justin Fields started the season 20 for 21 passing and accounted for 3 touchdowns and over 300 yards of total offense. Buckeyes have won 7 of the last 9 meetings in the series against Penn State, including 5 of the last 6 at Beaver Stadium. 3 of the last 5 matchups between the two have been one-possession games. A primetime game with College Game Day on site Saturday night as the Buckeyes and Nittany Lions renew their East Division rivalry. With Ohio State, I'm Matt Andrews.
All right, look at that. I love to see all of those Hawkeye faces on the fan cam. I got to give a big shout out to Shannon Hansen. I hope she's out there somewhere. Your husband sent in a happy birthday little note to us. He wouldn't tell us exactly what birthday you were celebrating because a gentleman never tells, he says. But we want to give Shannon a big happy birthday, Hawkeye happy birthday shout out today. I see a lot of other fans out there, the trick or treat little symbol on there. Awesome. And the Hawkeye setup with the player costume. You look amazing. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And now, Hawkeyes, you know we've got a few fresh faces on the field this year, and if you want to get to know them just a little bit better, I encourage you to tune in to our weekly TV show called The Heartland. Now, exactly what that is a TV show where we're featuring all of our players, and like I said, you'll get to know them just a little bit better, figure out exactly who they are. Like, for instance, did you know that Brandon Smith has a pet snake that he lets, like, just crawl in his helmet? I don't know if you've seen that. It's not my thing, but he has that. Did you know that Spencer Petras plays the guitar? And he's fantastic. I mean, you got to tune in, and if you want to see all of this and a whole lot more, watch every single episode of The Heartland at hawkeyesports.com/Heartland. Let's take a look at a feature from this week.
Yeah! Woo! Yeah, man! Woo! Come on, D! Come on, D! Yes, sir. Good job, baby! Woo! Woo! Come on now!
My name is Spencer Petras. I play quarterback here at the University of Iowa. First song I'm going to play for you today is Shake the Frost by Tyler Childers.
You remind me of a Sunday back home in old Kentucky. Church choirs just belting to the pines.
I know. We won't be ready no matter. Hawkeye fans, we are going to hop in with Broderick Binns here in just a little bit, Iowa football alum and current Executive Director of Diversity. Like I said, in just a few moments, give you a little update on the weather. I am not a certified meteorologist, but I will tell you how it feels. It's about 59. It's a little windy, kind of a brisk wind coming through. I couldn't tell you what directions it's coming from. You'll have to pop in with a real meteorologist for that one. But like I said, we're going to hop in with Broderick Binns here in just a little bit, so stay tuned. And let's go check out that fan cam. Again, you can join in with hawkeyesports.com/fancam. Click the link. We want to see you guys. Okay. There you go. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Everyone is looking wonderful on that fan cam. Joining me today, our first official guest of our live pregame show, former football alum Broderick Binns. How you doing, Broderick?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me today.
Not a problem. Thank you so much for joining me. I know you're typically pretty busy on game day, so it means a lot that you sat down with us. Also want to thank you, Broderick. We are just so happy that you have stayed with the athletic department since you've been a student athlete at the university. I mean, I know it just means a whole lot to our athletic department to have former student athletes that stick with us. So you just got a new role, Executive Director of Diversity. What exactly does that role entail? What kind of direct involvement do you have with our student athletes and staff?
Yeah, so the three things that I like to tell people, the first thing is I like to make sure that our student athletes feel like they belong on campus. 2, while they are on campus, that they can be their true, authentic selves. They don't have to wear a mask. And then 3rd, that they have good experiences and they want to graduate an Iowa Hawkeye. So my direct involvement with the student athletes and our coaches and our staff is just from an educational background. Whether it's holding a town hall meeting or educational session or just having a team-by-team meeting over DEI initiatives or topics. So just from an educational background, that's where I come from.
Got the diversity, equity, and inclusion group that you've kind of assembled. What are the future goals and kind of strategies for that group, and what does it all entail, I guess?
No doubt. So we actually call it our accountability board, and so that's actually been formed with Liz Tovar, and she's right now the interim AVP of DEI on campus, as well as helping me out with the athletic side of things. But I like to think we have a lot of wisdom and knowledge from every person who comes to that. It's, I think 12 of us on the board, but our goal is just to make sure that again, our kids have an equitable time while they are here, and we are a sounding board for them moving forward. So.
Well, speaking on behalf of absolutely everyone in our department, I know everyone appreciates all that you do for them, so thank you so much. Let's shift into football, some X's and O's. Former football student athlete, we already know that. You hosted a Zoom session with some of your former players. We had Ricky Stanzi, Raphael Eubanks, and Marvin McNutt. Are you still pretty close with those teammates? I mean, watching it, it kind of seemed like you guys still pretty much gelled.
You know what? That was so fun. So shout out to our advancement team who put that together, Jane Oswald and Joe Conklin, but that was awesome. Yes, so a lot of people don't know this, but Raphael Eubanks and myself, we actually went to high school together, so I've known Rob since about 8th grade. Marvin McNutt, me and him actually played basketball against each other, AAU basketball in the summers before we came here. And so I know Marvin is local. Raphael Eubanks is back in Minnesota. So I talked to those guys quite a bit. And then obviously with our Hawkeye Legacy app, things that we're trying to do with our alumni, it's just great to, whenever I can call on Ricky and call on some of the other guys, you know, they're always willing to answer my phone call and have a conversation. So it's been great.
And we've got some footage from that event that we're going to get to here in just a little bit. How overall did that event go, and are you going to do another one?
Yeah, so that was great. I think Ricky, Marvin, and Ralph gave some great perspective for the participants that were on the call. One thing that I didn't even know, I didn't realize Marvin didn't play until that last drive, actually. He was injured from the Wisconsin game the week before. And so just hearing him tell that story of what it meant for him to be called upon to make obviously the last second 7-got-6 catch for us was awesome. And so, yes, we are going to do another one. We're going to do it over the Orange Bowl. And so the first guy I called obviously was our defensive leader, Pat Anger. So be on the lookout for that one. It's going to be fun.
There you go. All right. Where can they find that information? Do you know yet?
We will send it out. We don't have a date just yet, but we will send that out.
Okay, perfect. Be on the lookout for that, Hawkeyes. Let's hop into current Hawkeye football now. Last week, the team wore the warm-ups that said together. So where did that come from? Kind of what does that mean to them? And will they be wearing them today?
So I'm not sure if they're going to wear them today, but I would imagine so. I think the conversations that have been happening since June 8th, since everything kind of came to fruition, I think those conversations have already been happening. So I'm happy to see that the team decided to do this together and not be individuals, right? And so from that standpoint, I think that was a great decision.
Now, they also had the different phrases and words on the back of their helmets on those bumpers. Yes. Where did that idea come from? How did you guys choose those words and phrases, and kind of what input did the players have on that?
So I know for sure Coach Ferentz assembled a student-athlete leadership group, and So I got to give kudos to those guys and Coach Ferentz, and I think they are making the right decisions. They are doing what they want to do, and I think that's most important. It's not any outside influence. It's not me. It's not the coaching staff. The team decided that they want to do this. So I believe each teammate got to send in a list of words or phrases that they wanted on their back, and each player got to pick what they want on their back as well. So
okay, great. All right, second game of the season. First home game of the season. What do our Hawkeyes got to do to bounce back from that game at Purdue last week? And then also, will the weather have anything, any kind of impact on the game?
You know what? It is a beautiful day out. As you said, it is a tad bit windy. But again, in football, there are no excuses. I mean, we practiced in rain and snow and sleet. So these guys today, it is a beautiful day out. But I guess the one word that I would say is just improve. I think no matter where you are on the depth chart, if you're not going to play, if you are going to play, I think everyone can improve something on the game today. Last week, obviously, was not Iowa football. We had a lot of little mistakes, and so I'm looking for the Hawkeyes today to just improve on getting back to Iowa football. I mean, just doing the little things right.
Yeah, we're talking about last week, but I know they stopped thinking about last week 24 hours after the game, right? That 24-hour rule. And like I said, you got to sit down with some of your former teammates from the 2009 team, talked about that Michigan State game with that storybook ending. We absolutely loved it. I've got some footage of Ricky Stanzi here talking about that unique and special season. Let's take a look at that.
As far as which games stand out, they all did, right? Every game kind of had its own little magic, and there was a lot of adversity through the season. And I think this game in and of itself kind of spoke to that 2009 team. It was really, hey, when should we win this? How about 2 seconds left, last play of the game, when we've tried everything else, and it looked like, it was not our day on offense, obviously, until the last second. So a lot of those games stand out. And the announcers in the game even said Coach Ferentz is so good at keeping us locked into the moment. So I think for all of us, I probably speak for all of us when I say that we were really just thinking next play, next week, next game, whatever it was that we were up, thinking about, it was always in the present moment. And I think that was part of that magic of the 2009 team, was locking into the present moment. No matter what was going on, whether it was good or bad, we were always able to kind of fight our way through adversity throughout that whole season.
Yeah, I love when he talks there about we're just thinking about this next play, this next moment, and we just mentioned a couple minutes ago that 24-hour rule. I don't think anything has changed in terms of that Iowa mentality. So how would you describe that season? He kind of described it as magical. What do you think?
It was magical. I mean, just thinking back to, today's Halloween, but 2009, the Halloween game when we were down to Indiana, I think it was 21-7. Tyler Sash got the pick actually in this end zone that we are in right now and ran it back 98 yards. And then from there, we start putting it up. So it is next play. It's not how you start. It is how you finish the game. And so 2009 was the heart attack year. My mom still talks about it every game, just like her heart was beating so fast. It was a great year. It's a very magical year, and I'm happy that I was a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd rather be a part of it, the heart attack year. I think you'd probably rather be in it than watching it, I would assume. That's awesome. Well, Broderick, thank you so much for joining me today. We couldn't ask for a better first guest on our pregame show. We wish the Hawkeyes, of course, the best of luck today, hoping for another storybook ending. I think that'd be a great first game in 2020 in Kinnick Stadium. So, Hawkeye fans, we're going to check in now with our at-home tailgaters. Hello to all of you on our fan cam. Remember, Hawkeye fans, that you can always stay up to date with everything Hawkeye football by going to hawkeyesports.com/footballgameday. We'll always have current and updated information on everything that you need to know, so you're never left wondering what's next, because we're going to keep that completely updated. We've done enough wondering of what's next in 2020, okay? So hawkeyesports.com/footballgameday is where you can find all of your information. All right, Hawkeye fans, later in the show, we're going to be chatting with Tom Brands of Hawkeye Wrestling to chat about everything that you need to know about this upcoming season. There's a whole lot you need to know. They've got about 9 returning All-Americans, so we're set to have a pretty good team this year, I'd say. Right now, the team has taken the field for their pregame warm-ups. Not in pads quite yet, but we're going to get there pretty soon. The weather, it's about 61, so we've climbed a couple degrees from the last time we checked in. The wind feels like it's died down a little bit. I don't know. I guess we'll see if that's true when we get to kickoff. I'm going to kick it over to radio now for their analysis on today's matchup.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium. This is the Hawkeye Roundtable segment presented by Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee, save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Go to aislesonline.com to get started. Rob Brooks along with Tom Kakert, HawkeyeReport.com. Always appreciate his insight as we get ready for Iowa and Northwestern. And Tom, let's look back to the Purdue game. Lot to talk about there. And number one, just the atmosphere. Driving up to Ross-Ade Stadium. It's never been a Saturday morning where you look around a Big Ten college campus and you see like 6 or 7 people milling around coffee shops.
Yeah, it was strange. Now, we've both been to some Purdue games that were not well attended, I would say, but this was weird because, there's a golf course that's right next to the stadium, and usually that's shut down. You park on the golf course and everything. And there were guys getting 18 in the morning of the afternoon of the game. So that was weird. Just no fans was just weird. Not seeing the band. With the big drum, they did a little video thing of those guys, but that was just weird not seeing that on the field. It was completely different.
Yeah, it really was. I thought at times during the game, you kind of forgot about the atmosphere or the lack thereof and playing football. But then once a touchdown was scored or a turnover, and you kind of looked around and said, okay, now I remember this is 2020. Spencer Petras, your thoughts on his first start?
Initially, first 2 drives, a little shaky, maybe pressing a little bit. He admitted that afterwards, that he was probably pressing a little bit and a little nerves. After that, I thought he was really pretty good. I thought he did a nice job of finding guys. I thought he did a nice job of, really moving the ball around, 8 different receivers, catching passes, I thought he was pretty much in control of the offense. He'll get those long balls will come. You remember Nate Stanley in his sophomore year when he was starting out, he was missing on those too. That's just part of the maturation process, game speed. And Kirk talked about this after the game. They only did 1 scrimmage. In a normal year, they're probably doing a couple in the spring and a couple in the fall. There's some kinks that got to be worked out. That's where you have the false starts, things like that. So offense, thought overall looked pretty good. I mean, if they don't have those 2 fumbles, they probably scored 10 to 14 more points in that game and probably win.
Tyler Goodson, an emerging superstar in the Big Ten, and I would expect his touches to maybe get over 25, closer to 30 some games.
He had 21, and one missed pass would have been 22 late in the game. The screen pass that I think would have gone for a little bit if that one lands with him. I think he's the workhorse. He's the back should get 20 carries a game. He's the back that should get 4 or 5 passes every game. Try and get him the ball in space, let him do his thing. The other thing they got to figure out is last Saturday, they couldn't get Amir Smith-Marsette going. And he's the other dynamic playmaker. He's Mr. Electricity. We saw that in the Holiday Bowl.
Davion Nixon, you really have to like his energy and the way he plays up front. He can really move and be a disruptive force.
He's so nimble for a guy his size and just so athletic. He was a warrior out there because he was playing almost every snap until later in the fourth quarter when I think his tank got to empty and they needed somebody to jump in there, and Noah Shannon came back in. But he was, he played 71 of 82 snaps, and that's a heavy workload for a defensive tackle, but he seemed to get better as the game went on. They'll have to figure out this pass rush a little bit more, get more pressure just from that front four. They blitzed 15 times last game. So, and I know that's not something Phil Parker loves doing. He'll do it, and he might have to do more of it, but I think they've got to figure out a little bit more on the pass rush and how to get that going a little bit more.
How do you see things in the secondary as well? Because the lack of linebacker depth right now, Jack Campbell out again this week, and just kind of mixing and matching the defensive backfield and moving around Hankins and Dane Belton. That's been interesting to watch.
They started Justin Jacobs, and he only played, I think, 18 snaps in the game, and the rest of the time they were in the cash. And they were moving Hankins into the cash, which was interesting because, Phil had kind of talked about maybe Riley Moss being that guy when they're bringing Julius Brenson as the fifth defensive back. But it ended up being Hankins, and he did well, and he had the interception. So I really think the defensive backs, the three kind of corners, I thought they did okay. David Bell just got away from him again this year. And that's something in the communication late in the game when they were in that zone coverage and they find Bell wide open in the end zone. That's the things, again, I go back to did one scrimmage. Northwestern ended up having 12 of their spring practices, the most in the Big Ten. Is that why they came out a little more crisp? Probably. I would think so with we've got a new offensive coordinator, Peyton Ramsey, new quarterback. It would have been a lot tougher, I think, if you didn't have those practices. So I think things like that are going to show up at least in the first couple of weeks, the teams that got some work in. But here's the thing. There weren't many in the Big Ten that got much work in.
No, you're right, Tom. That's a great point on Northwestern. And you wonder, too, after the dismantling of Maryland at 43-3, how good is this Northwestern team? Obviously, more explosive on offense, it looks like. And the one thing about a Pat Fitzgerald team is when they have a down year, which they did a season ago, tend to bounce back and have a pretty good season the following one.
They do. And I think you can kind of draw a direct line between really bad quarterback play last year and Northwestern being down. They just, Hunter Johnson just didn't end up being the 5-star guy. And they brought in Peyton Ramsey from Indiana, who was a good quarterback, not great, but he was, serviceable quarterback for the Hoosiers. Iowa saw him 2 years ago down in Bloomington, did a nice job in that game, and Iowa won pretty comfortably, but Ramsey was, at least a serviceable quarterback, and that's all they need from him. He threw for 212 in their first game, which is a decent number, 1 touchdown, just do no harm kind of position. What Northwestern did in that first game was run the ball really effectively, 325 yards. Anderson had averaged 10 yards a carry. Isaiah Bowser, who Iowa fans will remember from last year, he had 70. I do think Northwestern has a really solid defense. They're banged up front, though. They're missing some guys at defensive tackle, but they've still got Patty Fisher, who's, feels like he's been there longer than Suttles was at Iowa. He's, played as a true freshman. Blake Gallagher is another good player. Ernest Brown, defensive end. Fitz's teams are going to play good defense. I suspect this is going to be a pretty low-scoring game. Winds 20 to 30 miles an hour today. It just feels like, one of those 20 to 17 games eventually at Kinnick Stadium.
And that's the way the series has gone the last few years. And, Tom, you look at the importance of this game today, too. Boy, an 0-2 start for the Hawkeye. Important season like this, it really puts you in a tough predicament. So there's some urgency today.
Yeah, when you're playing 8 games, it magnifies the importance of them. And it's not like, the Iowa high schools where you're playing, a certain number of games, but everybody's getting in the playoffs. This isn't how that works. I mean, we got the bonus week for the Big Ten, so that'll be great. But if you start 0-2, your chances of going to Indianapolis and playing for a Big Ten championship are basically 0 at that point, because you're just going to have so many things go right. Iowa, it's kind of must-win territory if they want to contend for that Big Ten West championship.
No doubt about it, Tom. Appreciate it. As always, great stuff. You can catch Tom's work at HawkeyeReport.com. Tom, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Tom Kakert on the Roundtable segment presented by Hy-Vee. We'll have more pregame coming up. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, welcome back, and thank you all so much for tuning in and sticking with us. We are about in our second hour of the show, and in that second hour, you can expect game analysis from Hawkeye Radio Network with Gary Dolphin and Ed Podolak, of course. I've got an interview with Tom Brands coming up here in just a few minutes. He just arrived. I can see him right now. We've also got a Hawkeye Wave feature about a very special Hawkeye. And of course, fans, don't forget that you can join in on our show and be featured on our pregame show by going to HawkeyeSports.com/fancam. The wind has not died down, if you cannot tell. But next, Hawkeye fans, we've got a tribute to legendary head coach Hayden Fry. On December 19th, 2019, a shock was sent through all of Hawkeye Nation when head coach Hayden Fry unexpectedly passed away. A beloved member of the Hawkeye family, Coach Fry was an incredible coach, friend, and all-around person who left a lasting impact on the lives of so many. With this season being the first after his passing, the Iowa coaching staff decided to pay tribute to Coach Fry with his initials on each of the players' jersey sleeves. This will be our first home game since we lost Coach Hayden Fry.
Our first 1,000-yard rusher here, Gary. That's what Coach Cummings told me. He said, "You're a fool for taking the job at Iowa." I said, "Why is that?" He said, "You'll never have a rushing team." So after spring ball, I called Bob Cummings and I said, "Dennis Mosley will be the first 1,000-yard rusher," and he's been rushing about 1,400.
I thought he was a great leader. He allowed guys to coach. He gave you a responsibility, expect you to do it, keep him, he had certain parameters that he wanted done, and he was very good at selecting a staff. I mean, he had, some people talk about one of the great staffs maybe ever assembled, and guys that went out and became successful head coaches, not just head coaches, but successful head coaches. And I would be willing to guess that the majority of them used a lot of the same type of plan and organizational system that Hayden did.
It's not that they were just good coaches. I mean, these were really good, quality, caring people, good family men, all of them. People that cared about each other. They cared about the young people that they worked with. I can't think of a player that ever had an ill feeling about any of his coaches at the university. I mean, they truly understood that Hayden cared about them, and their assistant coaches, whoever worked with them, genuinely cared about them as well. They were more than just good football coaches.
The time with not only Coach Fry, but Coach Brazier, Coach Alvarez, Coach McCarney, Coach Ferentz, Coach Snyder, on and on and on. Del Miller, right? There were so many great coaches. As a young player and then as a graduate assistant, I learned from the best. I was around them every day for 5 years, and I had to cart Coach McCarney and Coach Alvarez around as a defensive GA. Got to sit in with Bill Brazier, one of the best defensive minds and coaching minds that there's ever been in football, every day. Sit in his office, watch tape, ask him questions. He'd always entertain my thoughts. So, I feel very fortunate.
He loves energy. He loves passion. He loves guys that can communicate. I think he'd gotten some good recommendations probably from, I don't know who the heck it was. I don't know if there was at least a couple of good recommendations from somebody in Iowa City, but I think he knew. What I found out, and one of the many things I learned from Hayden Fry, is if a young man doesn't have all the things experience-wise that you're looking for, but he has those other intangibles, work ethic, loyalty, coachable, can communicate, can build relationships, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of passion and energy for life, could be a good recruiter, and a guy that might be a person on the rise, then maybe I'll embrace him, give him a chance, give him that opportunity, and that's what Hayden Fry did with me.
Here they are needing the touchdown. Long has got it, he'll walk in. He faked to Harmon and kept it.
I have to give him all the credit for getting my career launched, my personal career, among others. You know, I speak for many of the Hawkeye football, past, and he had a special way of making you feel good all the time, even in the tough games, even in the tough moments. After an interception for me, he had a way of getting you back up and confident. And that feeling, not every coach has that ability. And I've been around a bunch of them, but not every coach has that ability to make you feel confident and be positive, even in the negative situations.
Hayden always was on the cutting edge, always was looking for the best people, regardless of race, creed, color. And what he did at Iowa, really rebuilding that program from where it was to, quite frankly, national power, to the point where you're able to attract young men like myself from states away who may not have known about the University of Iowa and everything that Iowa has offered. It speaks very well of not only of him, but the university itself being a partner with Hayden to make the University of Iowa brand that much bigger and better.
Hayden Fry in Texas is huge because he's known all throughout the state as a coach for his coaching style and winning, but he's also actually known for being a pretty good football player as well, as from a high school football player playing quarterback. So his name rings a lot of bells. He's well liked, he's well respected amongst a lot of coaches from little league organizations all the way up through professional ranks. So he's well known and highly respected.
To Coach Fry, there you go for the 100th win. Coach Brazier, can you come out here? And Coach Jackson and Coach Patterson? Yeah. Come out in the middle.
Right.
Yeah,
come
baby.
on, guys.
On behalf of the other captains, all my teammates and coaches, and the teammates you had, or the players you had before us, I'd like to give you this trophy in commemoration of your 200th win. You deserve it. We're glad to be a part of it.
Certain people that would lead you to believe that we hadn't done all that well against Minnesota. We were even with them, 7-7. And some of you in here don't know too good of math, but I'll forgive you because you're not too damn smart anyway. These kids are smart. They got the right date on there, November the 20th, for the 200th victory. I guess they'd probably cost them a little money if it hadn't happened that way, but they made it happen. And that's what sports is all about, taking the critics and the experts and all those people and tell them to shove it. We did this for the black and gold fans, the people that stayed with us.
He's the kind of a guy who would like to give you the impression that he's going to do a lot of fancy things and he's going to fool you. But he really figures to get that football and run it right down your throat, But he would always have 2 or 3 really trick plays. Maybe something that you have never seen before. And we used to always spend some time, which I knew made him happy, trying to figure out, well, what do you think he's going to do this time? And with some sort of a fancy play, a double reverse or double reverse pass or some crazy thing that he would try. But basically his football was just real sound. Knew how to block, knew how to tackle. He was hard to beat. He was just a very difficult coach to beat.
And when you call the plays yourself, I think you retain that quality of what I refer to as gut feeling on the sideline. Paul Bryant was one of those kind of coaches where he'd have somebody on the sideline that he knew could do something that he wanted done at that particular point in the game to exercise opportunity, and yet he might not know that kid's name, but he knew what he could do. And I think Hayden has that quality about him, and it's believe it or not, it's a rare quality.
He's a winner. He was a winner, and Iowans loved it. We like to win. I guess people everywhere like to win, but he brought winning football to Iowa, not only the university, but to the state of Iowa, and we were thrilled with that. And he conducted himself in such a good manner. People fell in love with him.
You make that right foot in, you put your right foot out, you put your right foot in, and you shake it all about.
put your right foot in, you put your right foot out, you put your right foot in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. You put your left foot out, you put your left foot in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
That was an incredible tribute to head coach Hayden Fry. He will be dearly missed by the entire Iowa Athletic Department and all of Hawkeye Nation. Of course, it's hard not to smile, hard not to dance when you hear that hokey pokey. But now, Hawkeye fans, as promised, today with me is our second interviewee of our pregame show. I am with head coach of your Iowa Hawkeye wrestling team, Tom Brands. Coach, how are you?
I'm great. Home opener and home opener tomorrow for us if you want to look at it a certain way.
Hey, you know what? That's actually the first question I was going to get to here. Home opener for us, if you want to look at it that way. What do you got going on with that Hawkeye Wrestling Club event?
Well, we have a dual meet format. We have an open competition where we've worked hard with our compliance and our administration to get it done in Coralville, Iowa. We have 7 Hawkeyes on the mat against world-class competition. And don't forget that Kemmer, Marinelli, Lee, DeSanto, Cassiope, Lugo are all world-class themselves. So we're fired up about that.
Absolutely. Is this an open event, or how did they do kind of that situation with
It's an open event per the registration.
Okay.
We had to do some things with our compliance. It's boring, but it's a dual meet format. It's a dual event, and we have an undercard where we have some wrestle-off matches. We have Mitch McKee coming in from Minnesota to wrestle Mirren again. That's a rubber match from a year ago. They were 1-1 last year, so there's a lot of interest there.
All right, and we're at the Extreme Arena tomorrow, I believe. Let's go into the 2020 season. We don't know too much about what the season's going to look like or even the schedule, but what has your team been up to lately? How have they been looking from your perspective?
Well, wrestling's important at the University of Iowa, and it's important to our administration, and they've done everything to keep us going, and that's what we've done. We've been in the building since June 8th. There's strict protocol there, which is to be expected, and we've been shut down once along with the other sports in the department, and it was a short pause, and we're back at it, and very few hiccups because our guys are disciplined and diligent.
Absolutely. How are they looking on the mat? What are we seeing?
They look good on the mat. There's always work to do. The thing is, as I talked about this a long time now, it seems, because it was since last March, but how they handled the news of having the national tournament canceled and then being able to handle the whole summer with uncertainty, into the fall with uncertainty, and now we're in what should be really preseason where we're right there on the brink, and it's not going to happen until January 1st. Yeah. So that's where we're at. That's the change. We control what we can control, and that's the marching orders.
Yeah, handling adversity, I think, is one of your guys' strong suits, so we don't have any worries.
Great
there, right?
leadership. Great leadership.
There you have it. Leaders for this year, what are you thinking? You talk about leadership.
I think that I talk about Lee, Marinelli, Kemmer, Cassiope, DeSanto. I talk about Young and Warner, and then we got some freshmen. We got Shriver and Kennedy and Ibarra. Ibarra and Kennedy will be on the mat tomorrow in the undercard. I think that excites Hawkeye fans. Like I've always said also, we don't believe in senior leadership. We believe in leadership across the board. We have great young people. We got to keep adding to it.
So you talk about fresh faces on the mat. What are we seeing with some new additions to the roster? Anyone you want to point out?
Well, we got this guy named Jaden Eierman, who is a heralded transfer, and we're excited about him. I think our fans are excited about him. He's making progress. It's funny how when you get to know people and you figure out what makes them tick, there's a lot of qualities that are very similar to a guy like Spencer Lee or a guy like Marinelli and Kemmer, and he fits right in with our guys. So he's a new face, after taking Olympic red shirt last year.
All right. 9 returning All-Americans. Does that sound right? Is that the right tally?
That's the right tally, and it's kind of a funny All-American, I guess, I don't know if you put an asterisk by it or not. We didn't wrestle the tournament, but they did earn it. they earned those All-Americans. They were crowned by the NWCA, and they earned it. And, we have a wrestle-off tomorrow at 184 pounds with one of them, Abe Assad against Nelson Brand. So that's another one the fans are looking at. So excited to get our guys on the mat, and All-American, what's that all about? We want chances. Alex Marinelli said it best. We want a chance to crown ourselves as a national champion. Robbed of that, we'll deal with it this time, but it should never happen again. Yep. They should never cancel it again. We know a lot more about this thing, and I think we can stay ahead of it.
Sure. Expectations for this season for your entire team?
Expectations are, you get no predictions from me as usual. We love our team. I say that a lot too. Do I love this team more than others? Well, of course, it's the present. We love what's in the present and the immediate future more than any other time period, because that's the time period that you can control the most. When you have Spencer Lee, Marinelli, Kemper, Cassiope, DeSanto, Young, Warner, Mirren, Ironman, and et al., you're in good hands.
Yep. When you were just listing off all of those names, I kind of saw you just kind of get a little grin on your face. I think that's how all of our Hawkeye fans feel at home right now. They have a little smile on their face thinking about this upcoming season.
And keep adding to those names. And keep adding to them.
And keep adding to them. Well, we're looking forward to this upcoming season, Coach. We wish you the very best of luck. Thank you so much for your time today.
Awesome. Seeing everybody. We got to fill up Kinnick Stadium, man. I don't know if that's going to happen today, but probably not, right, by the rules and the laws, but let's get it done.
All right, Hawkeye win. Here we go. Thanks, Coach.
You can choose to give in, or you can choose to fight. For Hawkeyes, the choice is simple. The hardships keep coming, but we are built to withstand this, because we've been knocked down before. And each time, we've united as Hawkeyes. So in a time defined by challenge, change, and uncertainty, we rise up. We work harder, we build each other up, we refuse to let adversity stand in our way. You can choose defeat, or you can choose to fight. We fight. Fight with us.
All right, hello to all of our fans out there. I see all of you waving. I love it. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We so appreciate it. The group of 3 there on the right hand of the screen, you guys look fantastic. There's nothing better than seeing all of you guys with your Hawkeye gear on Saturday game day. We've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Wish you could be in Kinnick Stadium, but we're so happy that you're joining us on the fan cam right there. And Hawkeye fans, again, if you want to be involved and be featured on our show, you can go to hawkeyesports.com/fancam. Now, fans, you all know the Hawkeye Wave, a.k.a. the best tradition in college football. It originated in 2017, true bluegrass roots by our amazing Hawkeye fans. Since then, it has gained national and international attention as 69,000 fans, the Hawkeyes and our opposing team, take a moment out of the game and out of the game day to turn and wave to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital at the end of the first quarter. We know it as the Hawkeye Wave. And although we won't be waving in person this year, we'd still like to pay tribute to our heroes right up there in the Stead Family Children's Hospital that are fighting every single day. Last week, the Iowa football team watched a video detailing Reed's story, a little Hawkeye who fought courageously through cancer. We wanted to share this inspiring story with you today, made by Reed's mother.
I'm going to share Reed's story with you today. Reed's story is one of bravery, resilience, and perseverance. There are so many heroes in Reed's story, but nothing beats Reed, the true superhero who is such an inspiration to us. Reed was 27 months old when he began having vomiting episodes and difficulty with his balance. After a few weeks and multiple visits to doctors and a local ER trip, we ended up taking him to Iowa City. Our lives forever changed that day, August 26, 2017, when we heard those terrible words, "Your child has cancer." Reed had a large tumor located in the back of his brain and small tumors along his spine. He had emergency surgery due to hydrocephalus, and then 2 days later he had another brain surgery to remove the large tumor located in his cerebellum. We found out his cancer was called medulloblastoma, and we began learning all of the things we needed to know to help Reed defeat this terrible disease. Surgery was very successful, and Reed was back to walking, talking, and eating within a few days. It was just incredible. However, this was just the beginning of his journey. Reed then had a surgery to place a Hickman line, which is a type of port, and then he began 6 months of aggressive inpatient chemotherapy, which included 3 bone marrow transplants. Brain cancers require very high doses of chemotherapy in order to pass the blood-brain barrier, so extra caution must always be in place for these kids. Reed therefore had to have inpatient chemo. His chemo cycles included a week-long stay for chemotherapy, home for a few days, and then he would develop a fever due to his white blood counts being so low. And so then we would go back to the hospital for blood transfusions, platelet transfusions, and IV antibiotics until his counts recovered. During his bone marrow transplant rounds, Reed received even higher doses of chemo, and he was unable to even leave floor 11 of the hospital due to fear of infection. He also had to wear a mask anytime he was outside of his room. It was a long 6 months, and these chemos were so tough, but our Reed was tougher. We were constantly chasing him around with an IV bowl while he was dribbling basketballs, golfing, bowling, and playing volleyball in the hallway. He had no times for naps or complaining. Reed always had things to do. He loved exploring the hospital and checking out all of the garbage and recycling cans. He spent many Saturdays on floor 12 watching the Hawkeye games and participating in the wave. Reed loved to look out at the football field, but he really loved to point out all of the green and yellow garbage cans and the purple porta potties around the stadium. He was a garbage man at heart. Reed soared through his treatments without a hiccup, and by March 2018, we were safe at home, hoping everything was behind us. It was time to end the story and get our lives back to normal. Just 3 months later, Reed began having difficulty walking. We had a scan done and were told he had relapsed all along his brain and spine. It was absolutely devastating, and our only hope for curing him was through radiation. Reed endured 6 weeks of daily anesthesia and radiation at Mayo in Rochester. He handled it like a champ, and by the end he was back to running and playing like his old self. We were just so amazed at his determination and motivation to improve. We would take daily walks to the park. He would climb up the stairs. He would work on balance. When we first got to Rochester, he couldn't even walk, and by the end he was walking 5 blocks to Mayo each day. After radiation, we began another 6-month chemo regimen through St. Jude in collaboration with the University of Iowa, and we were hopeful that this was going to clear the rest of his disease. Reed finished his chemo in March of 2019 and was cleared NED, no evidence of disease. We were so thrilled. However, the very next day we got a call telling us that the radiologist had found a new spot on his optic nerve that was suspicious for disease. How many times could this happen to our sweet Reed? We kept an eye on Reed, and 3 weeks later we did another scan and were told that the spot had grown. Our sweet Reed had relapsed for a second time, and our options were running low. Over the next year, Reed endured 3 different chemo regimens in hopes to keep his disease at bay. We chose lower doses of chemo to keep his quality of life high. We did not want Reed spending his nights in the hospital anymore. Reed did outpatient chemo, and he was able to attend 4-year-old preschool, visit Disney World 3 times, and make many, many trips to parks, pools, trampoline parks, bowling alleys, the golf course, and spend quality time with his family. He was a normal 4-year-old enjoying his life despite many trips to hotel hospital, which was what we called Stead Family, for treatment. In February 2020, following an awesome family trip to Disney, Reed got sick and was in the hospital for almost 3 weeks, dealing with fevers and seizures. It was awful. On top of that, we found out that his disease was progressing. While we were in the hospital, we started a new oral chemo, but we were told that it would be a miracle if it did anything. We brought him home in the middle of March, and we were told that he may only have a few days left with us. But guess what? The chemo worked. We got 7 more months with our Reed. He made it to his 5th birthday in May. He was there when his baby brother Carver was born in June, and he spent an extra 4 months with us making memories as a family. Our sweet Reed became an angel October 13th, 2020, and although we are devastated, we know he is now healed and has no more pokey things, no more vomiting, and no more feeling terrible. Reed was the toughest fighter we've ever seen, and we are so proud of him. We are also so proud to be Hawkeyes. The Stead Family Children's Hospital provided the most excellent care for Reed and our family. We have only happy memories of Iowa City, and will continue to cheer for you and for all of the kids that you wave to. We hope that every time you come into the stadium and you see those garbage cans, the green and yellow ones, that you think of our garbage man Reed. We wish you luck, and we just want to say, go Hawks!
Louder!
Go Hawks!
Louder! There's your sign. Say, go Hawks!
Go Hawks! Yeah, and can you some Hawks for my sword? W A Y Y. Mama, go.
We're back at Kinnick Stadium, courtesy of Wiffles Hybrids. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Better late than never, as they say. Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta is happy that the Hawks were able to get that first game in last week at Purdue. As an old quarterback, he wasn't happy about the 2 lost fumbles and the uncharacteristic 10 penalties. But that said, Barta saw a lot of good things.
I'm excited about our offensive line, our defensive line play. I thought our new quarterback, I thought Spencer managed the game well. From my perspective, just watching, I don't sit and watch film all day, but just he looked like he was in command and making good decisions, and the guys were rallying around. So let's fix that, and let's go out and get a win today. It's a little odd to be sitting here with you and not many of our Hawkeye friends. We can see the Children's Hospital, but that's really hard. But we get to play, so let's go play a football game.
Gary, you're the chair of the College Football Playoff Committee. I want to go to the situation up in Madison this week where the Badgers were forced to call their game off with Nebraska.
But if you have 2 teams and one has 6 wins, another has 7 wins, and you don't go head-to-head, but one has – here's where we go with the hypotheticals. But a team can go to the Big Ten Championship with less wins, is my point, because they've had less games. That would have to be the scenario. That's going to be the same as you evaluate teams in the CFP. Who are the best 4 teams in America? And if somebody has a game extra or a game less, we'll just have to account for that. But if we as a committee, 13 people, we have principles, we'll follow them, and our job is to pick the best 4 teams. And so if there's 1 or 2 game difference, if you think about it, every year the committee is evaluating different types of schedules. Some play more conference games, some play less. Generally, they've all played the same number of games, but it's a different type resume. It's not like the NFL where everybody has played the exact same type of schedule.
Gary added, that's about as clear as mud, that explanation, but the 13-member College Football Playoff Committee will have watched every game, and with their formula, they're confident they'll come up with the 4 best teams for the playoffs. Don't forget, 40 games have been postponed or canceled to this point, and no doubt more to come. Nationwide is proud to support Iowa's chapters of Big Brothers Big Sisters through the Kirk's Kids program. Kirk's Kids receive Hawkeye gift items, a ball autographed by the head coach, Kirk Ferentz, and a special behind-the-scenes experience at historic Kinnick Stadium, compliments of Nationwide. Today we'd like to welcome Big Brother Tyler and his little brother Liam from Central Iowa, as well as Big Brother Tom and his little brother Latrell from Eastern Iowa, as today's Kirk's Kids from Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Nationwide is on your side. In just a minute, we'll hear from Northwestern head coach Pat Fitzgerald. He's delivered by UPS. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
All right, welcome back, Hawkeye fans. Thanks for tuning in and sticking with us in this second hour. We have been watching Iowa and Northwestern warm up behind me. They are in full pads and full helmet. We've got about 41 minutes until game time, until kickoff, our first home game in Kinnick Stadium. Now let's talk about the matchup. I'm sure you guys have been listening to Gary Dolphin and Ed Podolak, as well as Jim Albrecht before they got started, listening to their game analysis. But let's talk about the Wildcats ran for 325 yards last week. That's a lot of running yards. So if there's anything that the Hawkeyes know, it is the run game. So I got no doubt that our Hawkeyes will be ready. Our linebackers will be ready to shine, and hopefully we'll be able to shut the Wildcats down here on our home field. Last season, the Hawkeyes shut out the Wildcats 20-0, which was the first shutout in the series since 1981. I tell you what, I would like to see that again, but on our home turf. I think that would be pretty nice. I'm going to kick it over to Dolphin Ed for the UPS interview with Pat Fitzgerald.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium on a real nice Saturday morning to wrap up the month of October. Happy Halloween. Don't forget to turn your clocks back tonight. The Hawks hope to turn the lights out on the Northwestern Wildcats here today. They'll kick off in less than an hour. Our interview with Northwestern head coach Pat Fitzgerald is brought to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Hawkeyes. That's problem solving. Visit ups.com and learn more. UPS, the official logistics company of Iowa Athletics. Northwestern's 43-3 pounding of Maryland in its opener last week in Evanston was quite the debut for new offensive coordinator Mike Bajakian and Indiana transfer quarterback Peyton Ramsey. It was the 100th career victory for Wildcat head coach Pat Fitzgerald. That's number 2 among the Big Ten's active coaches, trailing only Kirk Ferentz.
It was surreal from a standpoint of just the amount of text messages from the former players and my teammates and Coach Barnett afterwards. I think I was up until about 3 o'clock watching the tape when the game gets over at 10:30, and that was a byproduct of responding to text messages. So it makes me think of our former players, their families, our staff, and their families. So just an honor to be a part of it.
Indeed. Coach, you've got a new quarterback, but he's a veteran, and what a performance. Peyton Ramsey really showed how effective he was at Indiana and now to Northwestern. What did you see in him when you said, yeah, come on to Evanston?
Well, we knew about Peyton in high school. We recruited him. He's his dad is a great high school coach in Cincinnati at Elder High School. And, we had Peyton in camp and we liked him. And we offered a couple of other guys, and then he committed to Indiana, and, he goes and has a great career there. And, obviously Indiana's got a pretty good quarterback too in Penix. So, opportunity presented itself. We obviously, you called our game last year. There was a Super Bowl shuffle in Chicago, and there was a quarterback shuffle in Evanston in 2019, and they had a championship, and we went to the toilet bowl. So, it was a disappointing year, and we brought Peyton in to compete. He knew he had to compete, and to his credit, he earned the job.
You got to be delighted too, Pat, that you rushed for 300 yards. Bowser, Drake Anderson, names we're familiar with, but the passing game didn't overshadow the running game.
Oh, it'll be a much different challenge today, Dolph. I mean, we had a pretty good idea what we would get from Maryland. And then, frankly, the first half, we saw something completely different. And I thought our staff did a good job adjusting to that. And the players, obviously, that went in the arena and performed. But, the guys executed really well. But it'll be totally different against the Hawkeye defense. Coach Parker, unbelievable job that he does. Great talent in the front seven. I think outstanding talent in the back end. This is maybe as talented of a back end, and they've had some salty ones now in Iowa City. I think talent-wise, this group as a whole might be one of the best, if not the best, that we've seen. And they get into the cash package, they get into the sub package, and they get, 5 of those DBs in the field. So, we're going to have our hands full. There's no question about it. It won't be as easy as it was last Saturday night.
Pat, you've got a new offensive coordinator, Bajakian, and you're steady Eddie like Kirk is with staff members. You slowly build it, and the guys stick around for a long time. Yet you put up 43 points and a lot of yardage. What's different, if anything, about the Northwestern system this year?
Well, I would say where we're at right now compared to maybe where we were walking off the field against Illinois end of last year is just confidence. You could just see that the group, I thought it really embraced the change starting when we got going in the off season. We got 8 spring practices in. We were far from, being done with installation in the spring, and then COVID hit. And then as we kind of went through the summer, we just kept, Jake wanted to keep the pedal down from an install standpoint, and our players just accepted the challenge. It was a different preseason, just like it was for the Hawkeyes. And so we had to manage the physical side of it, but the mental side of it, we kept the pedal down, and our players deserve the credit. They've done a really good job.
You talked about the Iowa defense. How about the offense? Spencer Petras, a first-year quarterback from the West Coast. Iowa's got pretty much everybody else in place, save for a Tristan Wirfs here or there. But what do you like about Iowa's new quarterback in the offense?
Man, he's got a hose. I mean, he can really sling the ball. I mean, it jumped out. Maybe a little jittery, little rookie juice on some of the throws early, right? And then you saw him settle in and missed a couple of explosive plays by maybe a yard or two. But what was uncharacteristic about watching last Saturday's game against Purdue was the penalties, the pre-snap issues, and the turnovers. That's, we won't see that this week. I mean, the Hawkeyes will play much cleaner. They're too well coached. Kirk and his staff do too good of a job, and very uncharacteristic for the program. So we know this is going to be a heck of a battle.
It indeed should be a heck of a battle. These two programs, known for their physicality on defense and wildly different styles of offense, have had many a close game since 2000. Last year at Northwestern, the Hawks got the better of Northwestern, shutting the Cats out 20-0. Last Saturday, though, Northwestern scored 43 against Maryland, the most points for Northwestern in a Big Ten game since 1970. The Hawk defense has to be ready to go from the first snap today. At Community First Credit Union, we offer low-cost services, easy-to-use digital banking, and a team that's dedicated to your success. Our goal is to be the best possible financial partner today and tomorrow. Save with us, borrow with us, grow with us, because at C First, together is better. C First, a proud sponsor of Hawkeye football, equal opportunity lender, and federally insured by the NCUA. The Riverside Hawkeye historical winning moment and the University of Iowa sports injury update are straight ahead here on the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Alrighty, hello Hawkeye fans. We are back now, and we're going to check in with head coach Kirk Ferentz in his 22nd year with the Hawkeyes. We know him, we love him, and he is the longest tenured coach in the FCS. We're going to go over now to radio with our UPS Kirk Ferentz interview.
Let's meet today's Hawkeyes starting lineup for Northwestern.
Iowa Northwestern in just a little bit. Time now to hear from Hawkeye head coach Kirk Ferentz, brought to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Hawkeyes. That's problem solving. Visit ups.com and learn more. UPS, the official logistics company of Iowa Athletics. Well, the Hawkeyes came through that first game last week at Purdue relatively injury-free. Middle linebacker Jack Campbell is going to miss a couple more games with his illness. Defensive lineman Austin Schulte will be out today. He could be back next week. Head coach Kirk Ferentz feels that everybody else is good to go. As for quarterback Spencer Petras, his first start last week, he recovered nicely after a jittery start.
He did fine. He did the first couple throws. He looked like an anxious, eager guy. But I think he did a lot of good things out there, made some really nice throws. And maybe equally as important, just seemed to really have a good feel for what was going on, good vision of things, so he was communicating good information with the coaches on the sidelines. And I thought he had good control, right, including that last possession. So, he didn't get overwhelmed by the moment, which would be easy to do as a first-time starter.
And, we're confident he'll just, continue to play better with each and every week because he works so hard at it.
Kirk, maybe special teams light shine the brightest. I speak of primarily of your new punter, Torrey Taylor, but also your punt return man, Charlie Jones, a transfer from Buffalo. I thought was spectacular. And, your kick and punt coverage was good, really good on the day. Good for those guys.
Yeah, the kickoff coverage served there. The kickoff coverage was excellent. I always worry about that group a little bit, only that not that we've had problems with them, but just I worry about them sometimes just assuming there won't be a return because Caleb does such a good job kicking the ball off. But they when those guys brought it back, we were there to cover it, and that was really good to see. And then, the two big variables going into the game were Charlie Jones and Torrey. And I thought both of them handled it really well. Fielding punts is no easy task, and it's going to be tough in the wind game, today certainly. But he did a good job back there, looked comfortable and looked confident. And Torrey, for the first time ever, seeing a football game, let alone being involved in a football game. But he made a good showing of himself, and we're optimistic there. And really probably the only area that was a little disappointing was our kickoff return unit, which has been pretty good traditionally. But we were not very crisp last week, and really didn't get much mileage out of that group. So hopefully we'll have some improvement today, and we're going to have to really do a good job because Northwestern, they're good in all the special teams areas, but they cover kicks really hard. Their guys really come flying down there.
Kirk, defensively, you were thin at the linebacker spot last week. A little thicker this week. Hopefully Seth Benson is back. I know Jack Campbell won't make the call.
Yeah, we got Seth back and got Jack Plum back also this week as a backup offensive lineman. But Seth will be on the field a lot more, not only as a linebacker, but he's a core special teams guy for us, a really reliable, dependable guy that, really helps our pace out there. So certainly good to get him back because we've been a little thin at the linebacker spot, and, anxious to get Jack back as well. But I think, we're probably about 2 weeks away on that one.
Well, word about Northwestern. They hung 43 on Maryland last week. It looks like they've got the quarterback situation settled down nicely with Peyton Ramsey, the Indiana grad transfer. And then they ran for over 300 yards. I guess it's nothing new that Northwestern runs the ball with success, but they've got a new offensive coordinator who likes to throw the ball down the field versus Mick McCall. He was more of a lateral, quick a pace. But in general, what do you like about their offense?
Yeah, if you just look at their whole team, they obviously by the score they played really well, but really their game was the opposite of ours. We really hurt ourselves with unforced errors, some of the penalties, and then obviously the turnovers on top of it. And they looked really crisp and clean. I guess somebody said they practiced 12 times in the spring. I don't know if that's true or not, but maybe that had some impact. But I thought they just, they couldn't have done anything much better. They executed in every phase and just Maryland looked overmatched, quite frankly. So it's a real credit to their team. And, I think, if you look at the offense, that's even more impressive because a new coordinator, new system, it's still a spread offense, but it does have a different personnel, as you alluded to. And I think really the interesting part is, Northwestern's always a good team. I mean, since Pat's been there, they've been good year in and year out. And the thing, they just couldn't get the quarterback equation solved last year for whatever reason. So they went out and they got a guy who's a fifth-year senior grad transfer in Ramsey, who's a winner. He's just a winner and a good player, good runner, good thrower. And, so that they not plugged that hole. They filled that void. They corrected that void, if you will. And then, interestingly enough, on the other end of the spectrum, they lose a really good left tackle. That's been a really good player in our league. He's in the NFL now, and they plugged that hole with a true freshman, the guy we tried to recruit who really played. He looked like he was as polished as any of their other guys, their veteran guys the other day. So they recruit well. They know who they are, and they get guys that fit their system. And I think really the key to the whole thing was, Ramsey, the quarterback, really making everything click last week for him.
Yeah, last year was a revolving door at quarterback for Northwestern. They were rotating 2-3 guys most of the season. Couldn't find the right fit, but they sure have settled in with Peyton Ramsey, at least after one game. Thanks to Kirk Ferentz. He's brought to you by UPS. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Homewood Suites, that's where Ed Podolak and I stay every game weekend. Driving right around the corner is Ed Podolak. He's got the Iowa-Illinois Ford dealers' keys to a Hawkeye victory over Northwestern today. This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Remember, Hawkeye fans, that you can join in on our 2-hour pregame show in more ways than one. That first way, we've hopped to it a few different times today, is through the fan cam. So the way you can get involved with that is by going to hawkeyesports.com/fancam. Click the link, show us your household, show us how you're watching the game from home. The other way that you can get involved is by using the hashtag #FightForIowa. Use that hashtag on Twitter, and you'll be featured not only on our show, but also up on the Kinnick Stadium video board. So you don't want to miss out on that opportunity using the hashtag #FightForIowa. Now, fans, it sounds like we have the legendary Herky the Hawk rolling up to the stadium, always in style, in his John Deere Herky-mobile. A big thank you to John Deere for always hooking Herky up with a sweet ride. Let's check it out. We are about 24 minutes from kickoff. Let's get a look at our starting lineups.
For your life.
Let's meet today's Hawkeye starting lineup for Northwestern. At wide receiver from Lake Cormorant, Mississippi, Brandon Smith. Starting at tight end from Highland, Illinois, Sam Laporta. At offensive tackle from Detroit, Alaric Jackson. At offensive line from Odison, Iowa, Cole Banwert. At center from Solon, Tyler Linderbaum. In the offensive line from Coggan, it's Kyler Schott. Offensive lineman from Lafayette, Indiana, Coy Cronk. Starting at wide receiver from Newark, New Jersey, Amir Smith-Marset. Starting at quarterback from San Rafael, California, Spencer Petras. Starting at running back from Sewanee, Georgia, Tyler Goodson. At fullback from Larchwood, Iowa, Monty Potabom. The place kicker is from Weddington, North Carolina, Keith Duncan. Let's meet today's starting Iowa defense. Lineman from Detroit, Chauncey Golston. Defensive lineman from Kenosha, Wisconsin, Davion Nixon. Defensive lineman from Prophetstown, Illinois, Jack Heflin. Defensive lineman from Zeeland, Michigan, Zach Van Valkenburg. At linebacker from Skokie, Illinois, Barrington Wade. At linebacker from Sycamore, Illinois, Nick Neiman. Linebacker from Englewood, Ohio, Justin Jacobs. At cornerback from Louisville, Texas, Matt Hankins. At strong safety from Tampa, Florida, Dane Belton. At free safety from Des Moines, Jack Kerner. At cornerback from Ankeny, Riley Moss. Punting from Melbourne, Australia, Tory Taylor. Long snapper from Rolling Meadows, Illinois, Austin Spivak.
Welcome to the first ever virtual game day with the 140th edition of the Hawkeye Marching Band. Under the direction of the band's 13th director, Dr. Eric Bush, we're bringing you this music from our historic pregame show and selections from our recreation building show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get ready for the boom. The University of Iowa proudly presents one of the great university bands in America. Please welcome our award-winning Hawkeye Golden Girl, Miss Kylene Spanbauer. Drum major, Michael Jansen. Our drumline and sousaphone sections. And 250 marching Hawkeyes. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the University of Iowa Hawkeye Marching Band. And now, here's a salute to head coach Kirk Ferentz and our Iowa Hawkeyes. the University of Iowa Hawkeye Marching Band.
1, 2, ice!
Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful and historic Kinnick Stadium. Our season home opener features the Wildcats of Northwestern University and your University of Iowa Hawkeyes. This is the 82nd meeting between the teams and dates back to 1897. The Hawkeyes lead the series with 51 wins. It's our 5th annual Harvest Kickoff game presented by John Deere and Farm Credit Service of America. We celebrate our farmers and the return of Hawkeye football. Remember to be great fans today, respect social distancing, and wear a face covering throughout the game. Have a great time and enjoy the game.
And then me. Hit film and... All right, Hawkeye fans, thank you all so much for joining us today. I'm going to send you guys over to the PA. We're going to watch a couple of exclusive videos, our hit film and our intro video. I know that you guys missed that so much. We love watching that up on the video board, and we're going to bring it to your home today. I'm going to catch up with all of you at halftime today, so make sure that you're tuning in with me then. We're going to have a little first half analysis, and I can't wait to see you guys then. Here is your in-game experience. Enjoy, and of course, go Hawks.
Things to a lot of different people. It's a place of gathering, a place for family, a place to build and carry out traditions. But most importantly, home is something you protect, something you fight for. Kinnick Stadium is our home, and today, we will defend it. Welcome home, Hawkeyes.
We are legends. Tonight's the night. Yeah, we are legends. Tonight's the night. Yeah, so come along with me, 'cause we're making history. Yeah, we are legends. Tonight, a legend is born. Tonight, history is made. Tonight,
we fight back. The one thing Hawkeyes have in common,
100 miles an hour or greater, incredibly intense. Semis flipped over.
when our backs are against the wall,
Our families go out of existence.
The amount of flooding in this area is unprecedented.
we fight back.
Good, finish it out, Brett. Finish this.
Giving up is not an option. For Hawkeyes, it is an opportunity to rise again. Not who we were before, but a new us. A better us, together as one. We stand together. We fight together. We put in the work, the grind, the sweat, the blood, and the tears. We fight for Iowa.
Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Mid-American, Iowa Northwestern for the Hawkeyes. Let's start with the defense. The linebackers are critical with that Northwestern running game. They like to go downhill, and they're not afraid to sprint to the outside. They got a double-headed monster there in Isaiah Bowser and Drake Anderson. The Hawks will start Nick Neiman in the middle. 6'4", 230-pound senior from Sycamore, Illinois. He's flanked by Barrington Wade and Justin Jacobs. Jacobs, the redshirt freshman from Englewood, Ohio, and Wade is the senior from Skokie, Illinois. In the back end, Matt Hankins and Riley Moss at the corners. Terry Roberts and Julius Brents will play a lot. The safeties, Jack Kerner led the Hawks in tackles last week, had a great game. Dane Belton, the strong safety, also the cashback. He'll split those duties with Hankins. Up front, Davion Nixon and Jack Heflin at the tackles. Nixon with 7 tackles a week ago at Purdue, including a sack and 2.5 tackles for loss. They need a big game out of Chauncey Golston today, the senior from Detroit at one end, Zach Van Valkenburg at the other. For Northwestern offensively, I mentioned Bowser and Anderson. Bowser's the downhill runner, 6'1", 220, a junior from Ohio. He had 166 yards against the Hawkeyes when they clinched the division title here 2 years ago. None of that today. And Drake Anderson, the son of the Northwestern Hall of Famer Damian Anderson, will spell Bowser. The wide receivers, the two best on the field, are Ramad Bowman. He caught 4 passes for 46 yards a week ago. And Kyrick McGowan on the other side, a senior from Dalton, Georgia. Tight end John Rain. They've reintroduced the tight end with this new offensive coordinator. John Rain caught 5 passes for a 10.5-yard average last week. The Hawks will be shadowing him as well. Up front, pure freshman at left tackle, Peter Skoronsky. He's a 5-star kid out of Park Ridge. He's as good as advertised, but he is a pure freshman. Gunnar Vogel on the other side at right tackle. Sam Jarek is the center. Nick Urban and Ethan Wiedeker are the guards. And, of course, the quarterback, Peyton Ramsey, the 6'2 graduate transfer from Indiana, 23 of 30 a week ago for 212 yards and a touchdown. He didn't throw a pass longer than 20 yards last week. He's sideline to sideline, but he will take some shots downfield, but his longest completion was 20 yards. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups on today's Iowa Northwestern game, and this has been the Whiffles Hybrid Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles hybrids raised right in the central Corn Belt. The Hy-Vee coin toss and kickoff are coming up. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
thank God I was warring on the gridirons of the Midwest and not on the battlefields of Europe. I can speak confidently and positively that the players of this country would much rather struggle and fight to win the Heisman Award than a croix de guerre. Thank you.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMG College, Hawkeye football is on the air.
Up under center, play fake, to pass, wide open, caught, touchdown, Iowa. Wide receivers, they run a double reverse, so the Hawks have it blocked. Touchdown, Iowa, touchdown.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. By the Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, who reminds you to click it or ticket day or night. MedFarm Iowa, medical cannabis experts. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the new Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. Kickoff is just moments away. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Co-captain Keith Duncan has just made the call in the Hy-Vee corner.
Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. That cash money, I got it. That swag, honey, I got it. My pop tags, I got it. You talk about it, I got it. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. All I do is be stunting. Why these dudes be fronting? Hit them all and buy what I'm wanting. You touch me, we jumping. Need a runway, I'm finna take off. Cushion, knock your face off. Boy, made one like steak sauce. Running to the green like a play golf. I'm tried on, I cop it. Tell them hating new, just stop it. Some hating new, they jocking. Like a rubber band, I'm popping. And that supercar lane hopping. Them big wheels and they chopping. Hit them once, then we swap them. They fall in love, then we drop them. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt.
Gifted receiver. He's a youngster. They just brought him in. Keith Duncan looks like he will kick off, not Caleb Shudeck. We'll double check. Keith's in the huddle down there. He may be just firing him up. No, it is Shudeck will kick off.
Yeah,
I didn't think there'd be any change there.
No, this ought to end up in the section where the Northwestern parents are sitting.
Get ready in Williamsburg. This thing may bounce on Main Street. As we all know, Caleb Shudeck's leg is very accurate in terms of distance and length, and especially with a 25-mile-an-hour wind at his back.
Yeah, he's going to get a shot to play in the NFL.
He is.
Even though he's hadn't been able to beat Duncan out of here.
This may end up in his hometown of Council Bluffs. We're just about set to go. Big Ten football, really odd to see an empty Kinnick Stadium on a beautiful Saturday afternoon like this. But happy Halloween. Turn your clocks back tonight, and the Hawks hope to clock Northwestern here this afternoon. We're waiting for television to join us here. What a week it's been. That stunning announcement out of Madison that Wisconsin, racked by the COVID, had to cancel its game with Nebraska. And here's the kick. Lands beyond the end zone. And Northwestern will bring it out to the 25-yard line. We'll go 1st and 10 there. Hawkeyes will have Van Valkenburg, Heflin, transfer from Northern Illinois, grad transfer, Davion Nixon out of Kenosha, and Chauncey Golston from Detroit. Left to right, Neiman. And Seth Benson's going to start, Ed. Good to see him back on the field at linebacker.
And we're going to the cash right away.
Out of the gate. So here is Peyton Ramsey with 1, 2, 3, 4 empty backfield as the running back goes in motion. 5 receivers on first down. Northwestern in the road white. Back to pass. Ramsey dumps it over the middle. Incomplete. Overled the intended receiver, Riley Lees. And they were running with him. Nick Neiman in coverage.
Really interesting. Seth Benson blitzed on the very first play of the game. Very unusual for the Iowa defense, but he was uncovered, and the quarterback had to get rid of it quickly.
Maybe a little different approach by Phil Parker today. Here comes the first run of the game. Good hole off the left side. Davion Nixon catches up with Isaiah Bowser and drags him down after a 3-yard gain.
Boy, that was an open field tackle, too. I mean, running back had nobody on either side except Nixon, and he was able to wrap him up.
Got that big right paw out there and slowed him down. That's 220 pounds of running back. Oh, a big play here early on 3rd down and almost 7. Ramsey's in the gun, empty backfield. 5 wideouts for the Wildcats, double slot. And there he's looking into that sun. Back he goes to throw. Now he tucks, rolls out to his left, chased by Chauncey Golston, and he's run down there short of the first down.
See how fast Chauncey is there. A quarterback got outside of him.
I think that surprised Ramsey a little bit.
Yeah, he was able to outrun him to the sideline.
Yeah, he lunged for the first down marker, but by then his left foot was on the white chalk out of bounds in front of the Northwestern bench. Good job by Chauncey of forcing him to the boundary, and it's 4th down and 4. So they'll punt it away, and a punt for Northwestern. Charlie Kubander lets it go, and Charlie Jones lets it hit and roll inside the 30 to the 28. So into that breeze, the Hawks get decent field position.
The Hawks went for the block. They're also, we've seen some exciting stuff right out of the get-go here with blitz on the first defensive play and an attempt to block the punt.
Let me correct myself. That was Derek Adams who punted, 41-yard average after last week. Kubander is their field goal kicker. So the Hawks get a 3-and-out. And start 1st and 10, a 42-yard punt. I hear whistles, but that's just to start the clock. So the Hawks go empty. Petrus, with the wind at his back, fires to the sideline, and it's caught by Amir Smith-Marset. What we say at the top of the program, you better get him involved early, and they do. Nearly a first down on first down.
Yep, and unfortunately he had to go down to catch the ball, so he put his knee down after about a 7-yard gain.
Oh, yeah, they bring it back to the 30. 3-yard line, so it's a gain of at least 6, but a good start as Amir Smith grabs his first catch of the season. All right, off the left edge, not much running room for Tyler Goodson, and they were run blitzing again. That's what Northwestern does.
Yep, they've got all 3 of those linebackers. That was Gallagher, 51, all 3 of them inside, and then the safety stacked behind him, and there's just no place to run between the tackles.
Gallagher, the 230-pound senior from New England, stops Goodson after no gain, so it's 3rd down, almost 5. Hawks need to make it happen. They were not very good on 3rd down last week in Lafayette. Amir Smith-Marset goes in motion. Petrus is going to throw to the right, and he's lucky that wasn't picked off. Northwestern is like they're in the huddle. A gain of maybe 2, and the Hawks are going to have to punt it away. Not a good first series for Iowa.
It wasn't, and this ball's thrown right into coverage, and that's just a good job of guessing, I guess, or at least they had some kind of a key to react to, because nothing there.
Cam Ruiz, the cornerback, well, it's a good thing Spencer got rid of that thing in a hurry, because Nico Reganey was fighting off Ruiz and made the catch for a 2-yard gain, but it's 4th down and 2, so the Hawks are going to have to punt it away. And here is Torrey Taylor, who averaged almost 45 yards a punt at Purdue, had an outstanding game last week, and he sends a sidewinder, and it's looked up into the sun by the punt returner. It's knocked away. Iowa has recovered. It went right through the receiver's hands, and he never saw it. He was looking right into that sun. You so ably described in your keys to the game.
Yeah, he had no chance, and it went right through his arms. Now the question is, did the Hawkeyes get on it before it went out of bounds? The side judge standing right there said yes, it's Hawkeye ball, but they're still talking it over.
Touched by the return team, recovered by the kicking team, 1st and goal at the 7-yard line, Iowa.
Larry Smith said it was touched by the kicking team. I think that's what they were clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
And Terry Roberts is on the football for the Hawkeyes. Oh, a great job by Roberts of jumping on that ball.
The ruling on the field that
they're going to review.
And then possessed by the kicking team is under further review.
All plays under review are sponsored by our friends at Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you are told to do after medication, x-rays, or even surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Let's check in with Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline, or in the end zone, or one of the two. Rob?
Well, pretty close to the sideline, but right in the front row in the end zone, Dolph. You talked about Seth Benson getting the start at middle linebacker. Also a little bit of a surprise in the defensive backfield for the Hawks. Kayvon Merriweather got the start. 6'2 sophomore. And remember, he started at free safety last season before getting injured. Jack Kerner took over. So Kayvon Merriweather's been doing a good job here the last week or so in practice and gets rewarded with a start.
Timeout on the field. We think it's Iowa ball when we come back. No score, Iowa Northwestern. We played 3 minutes. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College. Roberts looking into the sun, trying to field a side-winding punt that was angling toward the boundary line. Went right through his hands. Terry Roberts jumped on it for the Hawkeyes and got control of it at the 7-yard line. It's 1st and goal, Hawkeyes.
Yeah, you know, this last weekend, I was watching a lot of this Terry Roberts. On every special teams play, he was always the first one down the field, even if the ball wasn't returned out of the end zone. Big play by that young man.
And he's from Bob Sanders and Eddie Hinkle's hometown, Erie, PA. Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. Take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top-performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Big moment for Spencer Petras here. Get him in the end zone. Goes to the end zone. It's caught. Is it a touchdown? It is. Oh. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Brandon Smith. Had to make sure that at least one foot got down on the black, and it appears it did.
Well, and that ball came out of the sun, too. He went back and caught that over the defender. And, I mean, he had no chance either of seeing that ball for very long. Great reception.
That was a zipper throw by Spencer Petras, too. And he threw it where only Brandon Smith could go get it with all that size. So the Hawks are on the board. One play after recovering a fumble. The kick is up and good. Apparently no review needed. Oh, yeah, he clearly got the left foot down as we look at the replay. I mean, good coverage by Cam Ruiz, but Cam Ruiz is 5'11". Brandon Smith is 6'2", 6'3".
And those big hands, too. I mean, he can pick up a dinner plate. That's the kind of hands he's got.
Our scoring drives are courtesy of Shields. See Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. One play, 7 yards after the forced fumble, or the turnover, I should say, the fumble by Northwestern special teams, punt return team. Terry Roberts will get a generous portion of that touchdown as he recovered the fumble before it got out of bounds, and Brandon Smith and Spencer Petras hook up for the first score of the day. 11:36 to play first quarter. The Hawkeyes have the lead already.
That won't be the last turnover of this game, I can tell you that. With the sun and wind, we just got to take advantage of all of them we get.
Hawkeyes hoping to build a big lead with that wind here in the first period. Case IH, they weren't in the red zone long. Learn more about exclusive offers on top-performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Ball blows off the tee. It won't be the first time we say that today, as Shudeck lines up now. It blows off again, so they'll have to have somebody hold it, tee it up in his mitts. And trotting in, it looks like Darren McKinney, reserve defensive back, will put it down, finger on it. Here comes Shudeck. This is a side-winding returnable kick. 2 Wildcats called for a fair catch.
Yeah. So that comes back to the 25.
Oh, I thought they signaled that he wanted a fair catch. It is a touchback now.
One signaled for a fair catch. The 2 receivers ran into each other. One took off with the ball, and the other one had called for the fair catch.
Wildcats a little shaky on kick and punt return teams, but I think that has a lot to do looking up into that fireball in the sky, Eddie.
Well, let's push them back.
So the Hawks try and get a 3-and-out. Back-to-back. Ramsey with one running back. Receivers either way, slot to the right. And they run the ball into the middle. They're trying to dart outside with very little effect as Bowser. Isaiah gets 2. Chauncey Golston tracked him down along the line of scrimmage, and here goes Northwestern right away. 2nd down, call it 7 after a gain of 3. They're going to run it straight ahead again with Bowser, and he stood up again by Golston, and Seth Benson came in to help out. So a gain of a couple, 3rd down 5 as Northwestern goes at that torrid pace. This time they split Bowser out wide left, so 5 receivers in this set, empty backfield for Peyton Ramsey. The ball at the 30 on 3rd down and 5. Hawks trying to get another stop on 3rd down. Ramsey's going to run for the first down. Takes a shot as he crossed the 35.
Just made it.
Just got there. Hole closed down in a hurry. Nick Neiman tattooed him first, and he just did get across the line to gain. 36-yard line, 1st and 10, and now whistles. just as Northwestern was to snap the football.
I guess they're going to review that.
What are they reviewing?
Whether it's first
the previous play is under review for a possible targeting.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, Seth Benson arrived as Ramsey was going down, but I did not see helmet to helmet. I saw shoulder pad to shoulder pad, but, at live action, they want to make sure. All plays under review are sponsored by our friends at Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or even surgery. But how about the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish. The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. 7-0 Iowa, 10.5 to go first quarter. We'll step out while this play is under review. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College. Blue Shield brings you back to Kinnick Stadium, and the original call stands. No targeting on Seth Benson. We looked at the replay. It was shoulder pad to upper body, but not helmet to helmet or not anything vicious by Seth Benson. Just what we need to do is lose another linebacker.
Yeah, he just got to start his first game. One series to go.
7-0 Iowa, 10.5 to go first period. Northwestern football after getting the first down off the running ability of Peyton Rand, and he will scramble. He's a good runner. I want to send our sympathies to the family of Ron Alpin. Ron was a more than 40 years courtesy car provider to the university out of the Durant West Liberty area. And he'll be missed by 4 decades of University of Iowa coaches and staff. Carl Jackson always drove Ron's car, so our sympathies to the Alpin family. All right, we're ready to go. 1st and 10, Northwestern. And Ramsey will be up under center. Wildcats have Sam Jurek at that position. He'll be snapping the ball. 1st and 10. Ball just across the 35-yard line and a 7-0 Iowa lead. Play fake, wants to throw it down the middle of the field. Instead, comes underneath for a first down of 11. And that was caught by Bowser. Check that. Ramad Bowman. Tackled immediately by Dane Belton. He took a look down deep and came back to the safety valve. And here's Ramsey on a keeper. He's rattled as he... Oh, the ball's out, and the Hawks are on it. The Hawks are on it. The ball came out, and Van Valkenburg jumped on it. I was just in the middle of saying Ramsey's going to get tattooed a lot today if he keeps running the football. He did there, and the ball popped out.
That was a run all the way, Gary. That wasn't a scramble. Oh, it was a called run.
And they snapped it to Bowser, not to Ramsey. Well, I tell you what, they can tattoo running backs as well. I saw Barrington Wade meet him at the pass. I don't know if Barrington reached in and ripped it away, but a turnover for the Wildcats. The Hawks have the ball right back at the 45-yard line. Zach Van Valkenburg got on the football. Petrus wants to go for it on first down, has a man caught on the far sideline. It's Amir Smith-Marset. Ooh, he's hunting for him today.
Yeah, he is, and what a great throw and a great catch. That was behind the cornerback in front of the safety. Again, a tough catch to make in the sun.
Petrus is rolling out on that move and found Amir Smith for 20 to the 25. First and 10. Hawks trying to take advantage of another Northwestern turnover. 2 fumbles to this point. Hawks had 2 last week in the entire game. Now we've got motion, either a neutral zone infraction or Sam Laporta.
Well, they're pointing at the Hawkeyes. The side judge is saying it's at the Hawkeyes. I'm not sure the umpire agrees with it.
They may overrule because Sam was standing up to go in motion, I believe. And that's a time and memorial Hawkeye maneuver. And it drew the defensive end offside. It was Chris Bergen, the linebacker, who came up on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, we got a zebra meeting down there.
Either him or Ernest Brown.
Offside.
Yeah.
Defense, number 49.
They got it right.
5-yard penalty, first down.
And they get it on Tommy Adabare.
You know, you're right, Gary. We do a lot of that. With
the
tight end, he stands up real quick and goes in motion, and that just pulled that linebacker offside.
And that has to be on film study. Tommy Adabare just had a momentary mental lapse there and came charging across when Sam made the move where he stood up. Now he does it again and goes in motion. First and 5 off the right side. Goodson, nice hole, gets the first down to the 15-yard line, and there the Hawks will go in the Case IH red zone. First and 10. Ernest Brown, the defensive end, made the stop. Brown and Adebawe are the defensive ends. Jake Saunders and Joe Spivak are the defensive tackles. Blake Gallagher, Patty Fisher, the all-Big Tenor, the senior from Katy, Texas, and Chris Bergen are the linebackers. That's the front 7. The Hawks are pushing them out of there pretty good right now. 7-0 Iowa, midway through the first quarter. Draw handoff to Goodson. He's at the 5, at the goal line. That's a touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa. Man, what a lightning-quick draw play that was. Petrus and Goodson, hand in glove.
What a great call at the right time and blocked perfectly by that Hawkeye offensive line. You can imagine they had some tough meetings this week after those false starts last week.
You heard Pat Fitzgerald in the pregame show say this game is going to be a whole lot different than what we saw last week, speaking on behalf of Northwestern, and already it is. 7 minutes into the game, it's 14-0 Iowa. Northwestern, like Iowa last week, its own worst enemy with 2 early fumble giveaways. The Hawks have recovered both and scored off both turnovers. 14-0 Hawkeyes. Long way to go, but the Hawks are looking good here at Kinnick on Harvest Day. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Eastern Iowa Airport. One lucky fan will win a $500 Delta gift card, courtesy of the Eastern Iowa Airport. Travel well and visit flycid.com. Fans, stand up. It's time for Ponchero's Big Burrito Lift. Ponchero's Mexican Grill, celebrating more than 25 years of burritos better built.
This is Ron, the producer.
on KJAN, AM and FM. In Cherokee, it's KCHE AM. 1440 on the dial. Up in Decorah, 100.5 KDEC FM. And in Iowa City, right here in Iowa City, it's KXIC AM 800. Rob Brooks has an update courtesy of U.S. Cellular from the Hawkeye end zone.
Well, Dolph, you've talked about that offensive line and how well they're blocking. One thing I noticed in the first two series, the guards have flipped sides. Normally we see Cole Banward on the left, Kyler Schott on the right, and now it's the exact opposite. Schott on the left side, Banward on the right after that huge hole right up the middle for 6 points.
Yeah, interesting, Robbie. Eddie and I were talking during the break about a blowout block from Tyler Lindebaum at center. You know, Calvin Jones won the Outland Trophy here 65 years ago. Lindebaum is starting to look a whole lot like Calvin Jones.
Well, that was as clean as you can block a draw play right there. And that's as clean as you can hit a kickoff right there.
Well, that's as quick as you can give it from Petrus after he faked the draw, or faked the rollout, and then stopped and handed the ball off to a streaking Tyler Goodson. And when Tyler sees a hole, his eyeballs are as big as saucers.
Well, the Hawks now have been playing 4-3. Now they come out this time in the cash.
Goodson.
You can't substitute because of the way they go so fast. So this was a decision made.
Now Ramsey back in, a quarterback on 1st and 10 after the touchback. Drake Anderson is the tailback. We got a flag just as they're ready to snap the football. That's usually a false start on the offense.
False start. Offense, number 52. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That's on the center, Sam Jarek. Wonder if he might have moved the ball and put it back.
He started to snap it and figured out it was the wrong count.
So Northwestern behind the chains on this series. 1st and 10. 8:36 to play first quarter. The Hawkeyes on top early, 14-0. Oh, they tried to sweep the short side of the field, and Cedric Golston, or Chauncey Golston, says, "I'll have none of that," and slams down Drake Anderson to the ground.
Well, now it's 2nd and 20 into this win. You got to remember, the Hawks are going to have to go into this win in the second quarter, so you really want to make some hay here. Well,
a loss of 4 more, Eddie. It's 2nd down 19. Chauncey Golston has really come alive here in the last 2 series, chasing the quarterback and mauling the tailbacks. Ramsey's up under center now. Play fake on the run again. He's going to throw it over the middle, caught, and then tackled immediately at the 20 by Seth Benson is Kyrick McGowan. So they gain maybe 3 or 4. It's 3rd down and a long 15 yards for a first down.
If Seth Benson is only a sophomore, he is going to be something in a couple of years. Well, he's something right now.
Hawks need to get a stop here on 3rd and long. Ramsey's looking down the middle of the field. Plenty of time. Now he's going to tuck and run, and down he goes. A gain of maybe a yard as the pocket closed. And once again, it was that tandem of Golston. Davion Nixon got in there, and they had some fresh bodies out there on 3rd down.
Coverage sack, Gary, all the way. A coverage sack. That quarterback had enough time.
Noah Shannon got a piece of Ramsey as well. So Ramsey more or less running for his life. Great downfield coverage.
Yeah, there's no question. That was coverage sack all the way.
Ball at the 21. It's 4th down and 14. Give Ramsey a yard, and they'll have to punt it away again. Here it comes, and it's a high hanger. Charlie Jones calls for a fair catch. And that wind's really playing tricks with that football, whether you're punting into the wind or with the wind. But Charlie does a great job of fair catching at the 35. The Hawks will have great field position, leading 14-0. A 54-yard punt into the wind. That was a heck of a kick.
He got it spiraling and it turned over. Charlie Jones looks really comfortable back there.
Correction, 44-yard punt. That's still really good. Hawks wing a tight end, 2 tights to the right. Here's another neutral zone infraction, it looked like, unless Alaric Jackson flinched first.
Offside. Defense, number 52. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Jordan Butler in there at defensive end. They rotate 8 guys around like the Hawks do, and he got fooled. He got 315 pounds moving toward the south end zone. That's tough to stop. Good job, Alaric Jackson.
Yeah.
he needs a big comeback game today. Alaric, by his own admittance, did not play well last week at Purdue. Hawks are going to run it after the 5-yard walk-off, and run blitzing again are those Northwestern linebackers, and they're in great support of the up front guys, and Jake Saunders got through as the Hawks tried to pick up middle linebacker Patty Fisher, and Goodson got knocked down for no gain.
Yeah, that's losing the battle at the line of scrimmage there. Northwestern pushed the line of scrimmage back 2 yards.
So it's second down and a little more than 5, so he actually lost a little turf. Petrus in the gun. Throws and incomplete. Threw behind the intended receiver. Is that Reganey?
Yeah.
Nico Reganey on the far side of the field in front of the Northwestern bench. He was running an out pattern, and I think Spencer just wanted to dump that ball. He got a little excited that perhaps the pressure was getting too hot.
Yeah, there was a miscommunication there between passer and catcher.
Tyrone Tracy in the game. He splits wide right. Reganey's in the slot. And Brandon Smith to the near side of the field on third down. Call it 6. Mekhi Sargent's in the game. Petrus, good protection. Crossing pattern caught. First down. Out of bounds is Nico Reganey. Man, when he catches the ball, he just darts, doesn't he?
Yeah, you know, he had a big game last week. He didn't play a lot until late in the second quarter, but he ended up being our most successful go-to guy.
Ran a great pattern. Boy, he ran away from 2 defenders. Got all the way up to the 49-yard line of Northwestern. That's a gain of a little more than 10, and a first down for the Hawkeyes. Up under center is Petrus. Fakes the handoff to Sargent, comes to the weak side, has a blocker, and on the horse and riding downfield is Sam Laporta inside the Northwestern 40, down to the 38-yard line. That's another Hawkeye first down. Well executed play.
Terrific screen pass back to the tight end, and all 3 offensive inside linemen out in front of the tight end.
Chris Bergen, the linebacker, ran him down and saved more damage, but it is a gain of 12. Laporta, with 5 catches a week ago, gets another chain mover here, and the Hawks are on the move again as we roll through the first quarter. Here's Sargent, stood up at the line of scrimmage, squirms forward for about a yard. Good job by Ernest Brown to get him on the ground, but it was Jake Saunders, the 300-pound senior from Loveland, Ohio, who met him right at the line of scrimmage. And with 5 minutes to go in the first quarter, the Hawks lose a yard there. They move the ball from the 38 back to the 40. Actually, it's a loss of 2. I don't know that Mekhi got a fair spot there, but either way, the Hawks are second and long. Petrus, play fake. Stands in there, throws, hits a cutting Smith on a deep slant inside the Northwestern 25-yard line to the 23-yard line. A gain of at least 16, and the Hawks move the chains again.
That's really pretty there. Right as he comes out of the break, Spencer Petrus had it right on his inside shoulder. Terrific throw.
We're seeing the skill that we've been hearing about with Petrus now, Ed, on how quick he gets rid of the football.
Yeah, and he's not overthrowing like he was early last week, but that was rookie nervousness.
Cam Ruiz had good coverage, but the ball got there so fast. First and 10. Spencer on a rollout right. Drops the pass down low to Laporta. He is spun forward, grabbed, and thrown down at the 18-yard line of the Wildcat. But that's a gain of 7 on first down. Chris Bergen lassoed him at the 18.
Yeah, and that was a rollout. Petrus faked inside, got those safeties to bite on the play-action fake. Tight end wide open.
14-0 Iowa here at Kinnick Stadium. 3:40 to go first quarter. The Hawks are gobbling up real estate and using clock. Petrus back to pass. Throws just over the outstretched arms of Laporta. He's drilled and rolled into the Northwestern sideline by Brandon Joseph, the free safety. Hawkeyes have third down and a long 4 from the Northwestern 18. They're in the Case IH red zone once again.
Bring in Mekhi Sargent. He's really good at picking up blitzes as a tailback.
Brandon Smith, who's got a touchdown pass, splits wide right. Reganey's out there with him now, comes in motion. 2 backs in the backfield with Petrus anticipating blitz. Northwestern rushes 3. Pass caught. First down at the 11-yard line. Brandon Smith ran a hard straight down the field pattern along the boundary line, turned around, and the ball was there.
Yeah, that's like a back shoulder throw. That's something you have to practice again and again and again, that the receiver knows exactly how far to go down the field, set that downfield leg, and come back.
That's no man's land. You got a cornerback, single coverage, and Brandon drove him right almost to the end zone and then stopped, turned around, and got the catch for almost 8 and a first down. Here's Petrus. Fakes the pass. They run into the line. Not much for Tyler Goodson. But gets a couple to the 9, from the 11 to the 9, second down. As the Hawks proceed further into the Case IH red zone, just inside the 10.
Oh, here comes Wildcat.
Chris Bergen, the linebacker, with another stop. Goodson is in the Wildcat. Petrus nowhere to be seen. Goodson fakes the handoff, runs through the middle of the pile, gets inside the 5 to the 3. How about that from Brian Ferentz? He faked the handoff to Amir Smith-Marset and then ran right down the middle of the field. Good blocking again by Lindebaum and the 2 guards, Banwert and Schott. Wyatt Blake, the defensive end, hanging on for dear life. The Hawks have 3rd and 3 at the 4, so they can get a first down to the 1. A touchdown we would prefer.
That is correct, and Petrus is actually out of the game on that last play.
Yes, he was. Reganey, the lone wideout. 2 tight ends, 2 running backs. Power package for the Hawkeyes. Petrus rolls right and throws it away. Northwestern had it sniffed out nicely on the play fake. Sean Byer was the intended receiver, but Tommy Adebarwe was in the backfield as soon as Spencer turned around. Really athletic play by that defensive.
Yeah, he was not fooled at all by the fake. And we had a receiver so wide open.
Well, that was Byer, the tight end. That would have been 6, but save for the outstanding play by the defensive end for the Wildcats. So the Hawks will settle for the 3. Keith Duncan, who was a perfect 2 for 2 last week, is now 3 for 3 on the young season. And it's 17-0 Iowa as Duncan kicks the field goal from about the
22-yard field goal, I think, is what he'll get credit
the 10 of the end zone, from the 12 to the 22-yard field goal for Keith Duncan. Doesn't matter, anything from 50 on in, he's usually automatic.
Well, I saw him. He was at 58 yards during warm-up today. Made one from 58.
With the breeze?
So I'm sure, the coach always said, what are you good from? What distance today? Oh, about 58.
Hawkeye special teams and Hawkeye defense have been so solid, forcing turnovers here in the early going with a minute 43 to play first quarter. And the offense has taken the cue from the other 2 phases and put up 17 points, 2 touchdowns, and now a 22-yard field goal. Keith Duncan, courtesy of Shields. For all your Hawkeye gear, Shields is available in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Hawks go 13 plays, 61 yards. And the best news there is they used over 5 minutes of clock.
Yep. Now we got to turn around and go into that wind here in the second quarter,
which will happen in a minute 43. You can never get enough points against Northwestern because they have that quick-paced offense. We got a touchback again by Caleb Shudeck. And the Hawkeyes will trot Joe Evans and Noah Shannon. Looks like John Wagoner. And let's see, Jack Heflin is playing defensive end, 315 pounds. Here's Ramsey. They run a draw handoff, not much. Straight ahead running for Bowser, and he's latched onto by Shannon and Heflin. Heflin just slid down the line of scrimmage.
600 pounds.
Falling on 220. No gain. Second down 10. Wildcats can't get that middle running game going. They're going to run to the outside this time, and they get the young Drake Anderson, Damian Anderson's son, the great running back at Northwestern, trying to get outside. The Hawks, those linebackers. I'll tell you, Seth Benson has played all Big Ten football here in the first quarter.
Yeah, he is really what we've been looking for in that middle linebacker spot, and Matt Hankins on a good tackle there too.
Heflin and Shannon were there as well. Third down after a gain of 4. Third down and 6. Ball on the near hash. Ramsey back to pass. Pocket is holding. Now it's collapsing. He throws on the run and completes the pass. Great throw across the 40 to Ramad Bowman. Seth Benson was right there with him, but Ramsey, that's what he does. He extends the play, he buys time, and it was all on him there.
That's exactly the call. He extended that play for 5 or 6 seconds, and the Hawks just couldn't keep everybody covered for that long.
Gain of close to 10, 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line of the Wildcats. We're under a minute to go, maybe the last play of the first period. 24 seconds to go. Here's a straight-ahead draw handoff for 3 or 4 up to about the 45-yard line by Jesse Brown. They've gone to their third tailback, and he's gobbled up after a gain of 3 with 5 seconds to go here in the first quarter. In fact, that'll end the first quarter. Coming up to get the first hit on him, Dane Belton, but he was grabbed by the interior line as well. End of the first period, all good for the Hawkeyes. 17-0 over Northwestern, taking advantage of a couple of turnovers and Spencer Petras' long, strong arm. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Preparation is the key to success on game day.
Both from Kinnick Stadium and from around the world.
Just waiting for you to find what you were looking for. Came upon me way on way. You're the reason I'm still here. You're the one you were
Hi, Hawkeye fans. We can't be with you at the game this year, but let's work on being together again soon. Remember the 3 W's. Wash your hands. Wear a mask. Watch your distance. Do your part so we can see you next year. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Go Hawks.
Start for the Hawkeyes compared to a week ago. 17-0 Iowa, turning 2 fumbles into touchdowns and a Keith Duncan field goal after a 5-minute 61-yard drive, and we start the second period now with Northwestern and the wind at its back. The Hawkeye defense, particularly the secondary, will have to be on guard with Peyton Ramsey.
And it looks like the sun has almost disappeared. You know, the shadows are not as bright, as dark as they were earlier, so the sun doesn't become part of this from now on. Just this stiff wind.
The strength of that Iowa defense, Ed, well chronicled, is the secondary. Matt Hankins, Riley Moss, Julius Brents played well last week. Terry Roberts has come on. Kerner led him in tackles. So they're going to have to be on their toes here in the second period as the Hawkeyes try and protect that 17-0 lead. The Hawks going into the win now would love to run the football, but as strong as Spencer Petras' arm is, you can always go to that short throwing game.
Yeah, watching him warm up today, I paid special attention to him throwing the ball south into the end zone here on the near side, and the wind wasn't really affecting his ball much at all.
The fall harvest is a special time that endures long days, hard work, and often challenges in the days ahead. Be mindful of farmers on the roadway. Give them space and show your support. Please join your Iowa John Deere dealers and our friends at Farm Credit Services of America as we celebrate and support all farmers during today's 5th annual harvest game at Kinnick Stadium. Go Hawks. Iowa football is brought to you by EMC Insurance. You don't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on. That's EMC Insurance. Find your agent at EMCINS.com. Here we go with the second period. Iowa leading 17-0. That sun is, I guess there is some cloud cover now that is shielding the sun. Won't be an issue here, at least on the first snap of the second quarter. The ball at the 45-yard line, second down 6 for Northwestern, 17-0 Iowa. Ramsey hands off on a fly sweep, and the Hawks had it smelled out. Jesse Brown loses yardage, or he may have gotten a yard. Either way, it's going to be third down and at least 5 for the Wildcats. Jesse Brown gang tackled, led by Davion Nixon and Nick Neiman, two guys that will hit you.
Yeah, and Chauncey Golston turned it back in. He's having quite a day.
He is. He's an early candidate for star of the game. Here's Ramsey on third down. Northwestern struggled on third down. See if the Hawks can get to him here or flush him out of the pocket. Back he goes to pass. Pocket closes. He steps up. Now he's going to run, and he's got all kinds of room. He's still on his feet at the Iowa 40, 35, and out of bounds at the 33. Hawks lost containment on that wide side.
Yeah, and, we're in man-to-man, so everybody's turning and running away, and nobody set the edge on the defensive right side.
Ooh, Phil Parker's not going to be happy about that. On a third and a little more than 5. Now Northwestern is driving deeper into Iowa territory, and here comes the gigantic Jesse Brown rumbling and stumbling through the middle for perhaps 3 to the Hawkeye 30. A couple minutes into the second quarter, 17-0 Iowa. Chauncey Golston stopped him after a gain of a couple. Hawks are 4 down linemen, Van Valkenburg and Heflin, Nixon and Golston, trying to get some pressure on Peyton Ramsey. Isaiah Bowser is back in at tailback, and he gets the calls. Northwestern's trying to slow that Hawkeye momentum with an inside running game. That's where the Hawks were exposed last week, but of course they didn't have Seth Benson. They should get Jack Campbell back in another week or two, and a couple more yards for Bowser. Jack Heflin provided the interference for the Iowa line. And here we are again, third down and 5 at the 28-yard line. Slot receiver goes in motion. Ramsey in the gun. Pitches it wide right to Bowser. He's fighting for that first down marker, gets it, runs out of a tackle, and has the first down inside the 20 at the 17-yard line. Charlie Kubander will kick off this time. Back deep for the Hawks, the nation's very best, Amir Smith Marset, and Ivory Kelly Martin, the healthy Ivory Kelly Martin. Back with him, he's the up man. And it's a low line drive. This is returnable. Amir grabs it at the 2. Starts down the near sideline. Good blocking, cuts back 30, 35. Just shy of the 35-yard line. Terrific return. Sam Laporta leading the blockers out there. Line drive that Amir Smith Marset made a nice grab of, and before really the interference could get downfield, he was back across the 20.
It was a strange kick. That ball had outkicked his coverage by about 20 yards. Good return.
34-yard return by Amir. He's out of the game for at least one play. Hawks have 3 receivers with Reganey in the slot left. In the gun is Spencer Petras. Mekhi Sargent's back there with him. He goes in motion. Spencer throws and incomplete. He threw it into heavy traffic, trying to free up Reganey on a down the field and a quick turn. Incomplete, second down 10.
Well, that again seems to me that they're not on the same page, because he threw that right into double coverage to Reganey, who has felt the coverage and felt it was going some other place.
Now the Buffalo transfer, Charlie Jones, splits wide left. Iowa with 2 tights, Byer and Laporta. Petras is under center. Hawks with the clock stopped, second down 10. They're going to try and get the running game going. Sargent slides around the corner and tiptoes down the near sideline, the Iowa bench, and really made a whole lot out of nothing.
He did. He had really about 2 feet along the sideline that he had to stay in bounds, and he got down the field 9 yards.
Patty Fisher forced him into the boundary line, but what an effort by Mekhi Sargent. Great balance, third down and less than a yard. Iowa 2 of 4 on third down. This is a big one here. Short yardage, but they need to convert. Northwestern's got 6 guys crowding the line, and the Hawks run straight
over center, and I don't know if they got it. It's going to be close. Madi Panabam, the fullback, on the carry. He's not going to be shy by much if he is. But let's see where they spot it. They need to get to the 44. And it looks like the nose of the football is just short. So very little, if any, gain there. Blake Gallagher, again, they love to run blitz with those linebackers. And the Hawks are going to go for it on 4th and inches. So Brian Ferentz rolling the dice.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're not going to try to pull him off sides.
We shall see. Petrus, quarterback sneak. He's got the first down.
Guess who was leading that blocking?
Well, if you're going to run over anybody, it's Lindebaum.
Yeah.
Because he's going to clear his man out. And Northwestern, perhaps thinking like you, Ed, that they were going to try and get him off sides or draw him off sides.
Somebody's down there trying to claw the ball out, it looked like. Very slow. Everybody getting up.
Well, if we've come to expect anything out of these big physical Iowa quarterbacks, if they line up on 4th down, they're usually going for it. And pretty much everybody in the park knows what's coming. So it is a gain of a yard. 1st and 10 Hawkeyes at their own 45, leading 17-7. Into the wind. Petrus going to throw across the middle. Caught a snare job, a heck of a grab by Tyrone Tracy. How about that for placement? Led him by about 3 feet, and Tyrone with those long arms reached out and grabbed it. First down at the Northwestern 34-yard line.
And right dead into the wind. That ball was whistling down the field, and a good job of blitz pickup by Sargent.
21 yards on the grab. Tyrone Tracy, 1st and 10. The Hawks are on the move at the Northwestern 34. Play fake. Petrus going to throw again over the middle. Oh, and he overshoots the intended target. That's tight end Sean Byer. He was well covered. Double coverage. I'm not so sure Spencer didn't throw that away. I mean, when he wants to hit a line drive, he sure can smoke it, can he?
Yeah, and it was just a tough throw to make. They had man-to-man coverage with the safety coming over. It had been a really tough throw and catch.
Bunch receiver package to the short side of the field, including Mekhi Sargent. 4 receivers on 2nd down. Here's Petrus handing off to Sargent, who was in motion. He travels around the left end, gets inside the 30 to the 29. That's a gain of 5 on 2nd down with 7:40 to play first half. The Hawks are on the move, leading 17-7 over the Northwestern Wildcats. Grabbed by Junior Pace and Brandon Joseph. That Northwestern secondary. So Iowa has a manageable 3rd down along 4 from the Northwestern 29. Out of the gun is Petrus. Straight back to pass. Northwestern rushing 4, and the pass is deflected at the line of scrimmage. It's like Ernest Brown got a mid up there and knocked it down, and Keith Duncan will come on. He's got a strong leg. This is a long attempt into this kind of breeze.
If you look, though, at the streamers, though, Gary, in that south end zone, it's circling.
Kind of a swirling.
Yeah.
Well, the kick will come from the 37, so it's a 47-yard field goal attempt by Keith Duncan. Northwestern's got their block formation. Now they back off. Here comes the kick, and it is good. He just tucked it inside the right upright. Oh, I thought that thing was going to drift too far to the right. What a leg on that young man from Charlotte, North Carolina.
It was up in the air a long time. That wind was holding it up. Oh, gosh, I didn't see how he could tuck that in there.
Any points you get out of heading toward the south end zone today are well earned. Iowa extends the lead back to 13. It's 20-7 Hawkeyes with 7:09 to go first half. The Hawks in front of the Wildcats by 13. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Primary care provider.
Kinnick Stadium in person this season, but we can fill the stands and show our support for Hawkeye football with custom Hawkeye cutouts. 20% of the proceeds will benefit Iowa Dance Marathon, with the remaining proceeds going toward our 650 student athletes. Choose from 4 different options and order yours at hawkeyesports.com/fan cutouts. Today's Kirk's kids of the game are Liam and Latrell. We're celebrating the big brothers and big sisters of Central and Eastern Iowa each game. Liam is joined by his big brother Tyler, and Latrell is accompanied by his big brother Tom. Nationwide and the University of Iowa encourage you to become a mentor in your community.
At the University of Iowa, big dreams take flight on wings of hope.
Stop. We can't use that. It's really simple. World-class hospital, legendary writing programs. Being a Hawkeye is awesome. Iowa City's the coolest. Cut to black, logo, no tagline needed.
She said she true, you don't know.
Comes the run up by Caleb Shudeck, and he'll use all of this leg. And it travels to the 4-yard line, returnable there. Across the 10, 15, up the sideline, and then wrestled out of bounds. At the 22-yard line goes Kyrick McGowan, who has Northwestern's lone touchdown. 7:03 to play. First half, Iowa on top, 20-7.
Really good coverage there. It got him down on the 21-yard line.
Terry Roberts finally got him out of bounds, but a couple of missed tackles on that return. Looking at those flags across the way, they are straight out, standing straight out. Now again, that's on top of the stadium. Could be quite different down below, but Ramsey back out for the Northwestern offense. See if the Hawks can get a stop here. Ramsey on a play fake, rolls out left. Plenty of room. Now he brings the ball down. He's going to try and run for what he can get, and he crosses the 20 to the 21. He's got good legs, too, as well as a strong arm.
And good decision making. I'll tell you, I've been watching Dane Belton, number 4. He's having a heck of a football game.
As is Seth Benson. Gain of 4. 2nd and 6 for the Wildcats. A draw handoff to Bowser. He runs out of a tackle at the line of scrimmage and gets the first down. Joe Evans had a shot at him, but let him escape. Nick Neiman finally got him on the ground, but the Hawkeyes, actually it was Noah Shannon who got the first glove on him, but they couldn't bring him down. Here comes a reverse. Slot reverse, crossing the 40 to the 41. A gain of almost 10 on the previous play, and now a gain of 5, and the ball carrier is injured down in front of the Iowa bench. That's Jensen Price. Take that back. It's Ramad Bowman, their leading receiver. He was the ball carrier out of the slot on that reverse. And it looks like he's holding his or favoring his shoulder. And they're going to tend to him, so there is an official's timeout for injury. He appears to be in a lot of pain. Didn't look like he took that big of a shot. I think when he went down, something may have popped, either that or it's a stinger.
We cheer, we celebrate wins with a polka, and we are proud. There are few college fan bases as well known and envied as the Hawkeyes, and we want to hear your story. Whether it's being a lifelong Hawkeye or supporting the teams from afar, visit hawkeyesports.com/Heart of the Hawkeyes and share your Hawkeye story.
Smith,
Marset from the 5-yard line. Smith-Marset reversing his field. He's got a lot of green in front of him, and he's got the edge. Smith-Marset down the sideline. Cannot pull him in, and it's a touchdown for Iowa.
Just asked the question, who's going to make a play for Nate Stanley? Brandon Smith says, I will. Thank you very much.
Goodson with an opening. Goodson popped it over a tackler and turn it on the Jets. Goodson down the sidelines into the end zone for an Iowa touchdown. Over the middle. Tracy. Tracy. Big stop. Touchdown.
I'll tell you what, he dialed up something sweet right there. That was impressive.
He's regaining inside the 5 and in for the Iowa touchdown. The redshirt freshman from 21 yards. Sargent at the middle. Hold is down. The kick on the way. Curling back down the middle, and it's good.
He drilled that thing right down the middle.
Marset inside the 5. Hops through the hole. Watch out. He can fly. Smith-Marset down the sideline. See you later. Touchdown, Hawkeye. 98 yards.
Heavy dose of Goodson in this first quarter. The freshman trying to get around the edge. Crashes his way in. Touchdown, Hawkeyes.
No, they reverse it. And here they come. Tyrone Tracy Jr. Touchdown, Hawkeyes. 23 yards.
Doesn't seem to affect his ball as much when it's going into the wind. It seems like it just burrows right through the wind.
Ramsey back out there at quarterback. Bowser is the tailback when play resumes. It's second down. Call it 4. The ball approaching the 40-yard line of Northwestern. Receiver in motion. And they run the opposite way with Bowser. He reverses field and gets upfield for the first down and 5 or 6 more. They had him hemmed in, and he escaped.
Boy, that's such good running by that tailback, because the Hawks had the leverage outside of him with 3 different tacklers, and he found the cutback.
Kayvon Merriweather and Nick Neiman combined to make the stop, but he got upfield for 6, needed 4. They moved the chains again. Northwestern's got that offense humming now on the ground. Here's Bowser again for another first down, it would appear. This time he just ran down the hash, the middle of the field, over right guard and center. Noah Shannon slowed the play down until help got there. But, yeah, that offensive line is moving that Iowa defensive front out of there now.
Yeah, they're all big fellas, around 300 pounds, and they're doing their job.
It is a first down, a gain of 10. They're at the Iowa 45. Straight ahead running again for maybe 3 or 4. Isaiah Bowser, the tailback. He's the workhorse. Carried 23 times a week ago.
I think that was Ramsey on a called quarterback run, wasn't it?
Well, Bowser, these all white uniforms with small numbers are hard to read.
No, it's Bowser.
Yeah, it was Bowser. He's got 12 carries already and gains 2 into the heart of that Iowa front. Here he comes again, sweeping right inside the 40 of the Hawkeyes to the 39, Seth Benson.
Well, they're in the Wildcat. That's why I'm having trouble figuring that out. We aren't the only team with a Wildcat. You know what I mean?
Dose of your own medicine, huh? Bowser, get for the Hawkeyes. Just inside the 40 for the Hawkeyes. Just inside the 40 of Iowa, 4:25 to go. Northwestern using a lot of clock with the wind. Ramsey back out there. They run straight ahead, and Brown is going to be a couple yards shy, Jesse Brown. The third tailback. Now, Drake Anderson hasn't been out there in a while. They're going with a power run game. It's 4th down and a long 2. And are they going to roll the dice here at the Iowa 38? Oh, if the Hawks can get a stop here,
They'd be in great field position with just under 4 minutes to play first half. Well, it appears they're going for it. They load up with a couple tight ends and a couple tight receivers. One running back. They go in motion with a wide receiver, faking the jet sweep. Here's a pass downfield, caught for a first down. Ramsey rolled out to his right, and right in the heart of that zone, somehow found an open teammate.
Yeah, that was roll out right, and the tight end coming across the field, and he just found a place to settle down, and he was wide open.
Kyrick McGowan for 14 to the Iowa 26 on fourth down. Well, Ramsey's going to throw again. This time he's caught from behind and dragged down. That's a sack, a Mershman Seeds sack, courtesy of Joe Evans. Good job, Joe. Mershman Seeds will donate now $150 to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. $150 courtesy of Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. A loss of almost 3. First sack of the day for the Hawks, hopefully the first of many. 3 minutes to go, first half. Northwestern down 20-7, driving. Here's Ramsey, play fake to the tailback, stands back to throw, gets rid of it just as he's hit. It's caught at the 20, missed tackle again, and driving inside the 10 with a football for a first and goal is Northwestern's Drake Anderson. Man, oh man, the Hawks are overrunning a lot of these plays, Ed.
Yeah, they had 4 people around Ramsey in the backfield, and he got the ball out to his safety valve, who made a big play out of it.
Anderson was tripped up, but a gain of to the 8-yard line. Here's a handoff straight ahead running. Anderson keeps his feet, gets inside the 5, and that's a gain of 3 or 4. Northwestern's offense is shoving the Hawkeye defense all over the place now. Gain just inside the 5 to the 4, and that fast pace is taking its toll on the Hawkeyes as Northwestern looking to chop that deficit to single digits before halftime. Here's a quarterback. No, that's a Wildcat keeper, and it looks like a touchdown, or it's very close to a touchdown. Andrew Marty, actually he is listed as a quarterback. Junior from Cincinnati, a transfer from Wyoming. Boy, they're throwing everything at the Hawkeyes here, Ed.
Yeah, that
faces.
All the way. That was a run all the way. Good job by the defense of making that stop.
He got a couple to just outside the 1-yard line. It's third down and goal from there. See if the Hawks can get a stop. Ramsey's up under center. Power eye. They hand off to Brown, and he dances into the end zone. Nary a glove on him, and just like that, the Wildcats are back to within 7 with the try for point after coming. This doesn't look good.
No, they're really controlling the line of scrimmage. Again, we saw that last week, which seemed to be incredible the way Purdue was able to move the line of scrimmage, and it's happening here again.
Jesse Brown, a 5'11", 210-pound senior from Little Bern, Georgia, brings Northwestern to within 7, and now the point after try is good by Charlie Kubander. And after a 17-0 lead, all but 6 of that point, advantage has melted. It's now a 20-14 Iowa lead with 1:25 to go in the first half.
Well, it's really good blocking up front by that offensive line. I mean, that was so clean. Nobody even touched him from a short yardage situation.
We saw this last week to a certain degree at Purdue, especially in the second half, where the Hawks giving up a lot of yards on the ground inside the tackles. It's a little bit more motion to the outside, more movement to the outside, the pocket movement by Northwestern, but with the same effect. 14 plays, 79 yards, and almost 6 minutes of clock. So that's 2 6-minute drives for Northwestern, resulting in touchdowns.
Yeah, I would say that they, Northwestern, I don't see it up on the scoreboard, but they must have twice the time on offense that the Hawkeyes have had.
17 minutes to about 11 and a half. So it's you're close in your assessment, and piling up yardage too. Almost 200 yards of offense for the Wildcats. Iowa has 150 and 1:25 on the clock to try and answer back before we go to the locker room. And of course, Iowa going into the wind, you would think would not get too liberal with its offense, but we shall see. Kubander now, the last time he kicked off with the wind, he line drived it to Amir Smith-Marset, who pranced back 34 yards with it because he outkicked his coverage. I'm guessing this one will be straight at the goalpost. We expected that wind to gust more and more as the day went on, and it has. Flags are straight out of the south. So they'll hold the ball on the tee now. It's blown off twice, and here comes Kubander's run up. And this one is in through the end zone and out the back door. Hawkeyes will bring it out to the 25 with 1:25 to go. First half. Stay with us at halftime. We'll get you caught up on all the scores from around the country. Hawkeye football is brought to you by our friends at Shelter Insurance. Congratulations to Brad Smith and Monica Hoover, today's Shelter Insurance fans of the game. Shelter Insurance for your auto, home, and life. Visit your local agent or find us online at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter. Petrus in the gun. Iowa leading by 6. Good protection. Pass is incomplete.
I don't like this. We only have 2 timeouts left. If you look at the towels hanging from the player's waist down there, it's blowing sideways.
Pass intended in the short right flat for Laporta. And good defense by Patty Fisher, the middle linebacker. Got a mid in there and knocked it away. And the Hawks have 2nd and 10 with the clock stopped at 1:20 to go. You don't want to give the ball back to Northwestern with time in the wind. Well, Petrus is going to throw. Rolls out right. Steps up in the pocket. Gets it to Amir Smith. Gets the corner turn. 30, 35. And out of bounds at the 40-yard line. Good job by Amir. Oh, he's so fast when he catches the ball. He can really turn downfield in a hurry.
Yeah, that's the first down, too. And that was really big because he caught the ball at the line of scrimmage and just outran the coverage.
Gain of 15. Petrus 11 of 18 for 123 yards and a touchdown. 137 quarterback rating. He's had a good first half. J.R. Pace, the safety, walloped Amir Smith, but not before he got the first down. Petrus to throw again, and over the head of Brandon Smith. That ball sailed. Probably a good thing it did, because
it had been 6 going the other way.
A.J. Hampton was breaking on it. He had an interception in the win over Maryland last week, the sophomore from Warren, Arkansas.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That ball sailed and was uncatchable.
Again, Petrus in the gun. 2nd down and 10 at the 40 of the Hawkeyes. Clock running with 1:06 to go in the half. And another pass that sails. Petrus had Tyler Goodson wide open as a second option, and it would have been a gain of 5 or 6, but the wind got underneath that pass, and Goodson had no chance. But just like that, it's 3rd down and 10 with 1:03 to go, and now the clock is stopped. Petrus 11 of 20 here in the first half. Tyrone Tracy splits wide left. Regani's out there with him in the slot. And here's Spencer to throw. Northwestern rushing 4. Pass caught midfield by Sam Laporta. And he'll be very close to a first down. He does have the first down at the Northwestern 49. I tell you, Petrus is fearless, isn't he?
Oh, they is, and that was just a 3-man rush. They dropped 8, and Laporta found the soft spot.
Petrus passes will get there in a hurry. A gain of 11 from midfield. Over the middle, it's caught again by Laporta. He gets to the 40. That's a yard shy of the first down. The 40 of Wisconsin. Pace the safety on the stop. Iowa timeout.
Yeah, it called it right away. 39 seconds left. But Laporta is so big, when they drop 8 like that, and they're leaving those soft spots in the middle of the zone, and you got to give the quarterback a lot of credit. Petrus is finding him.
Search your favorite podcast platforms and subscribe to the official podcast of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Fight for Iowa podcast, presented by the Iowa Lottery. The podcast is also available at HawkeyeSports.com. Thing is really growing in popularity. This week, who do we got on? We got the 3 women's basketball tri-captains on our Fight for Iowa podcast this week. Hawkeyes 2nd and short. You can call almost anything here. Iowa has 1 timeout remaining. The stations will get you an identification here right after this play. Brandon Smith and Regani split wide left. Amir Smith to the short side of the field. Goodson, the tailback, back to pass Petrus on 2nd and short. He's going long, looking for Brandon Smith, and well overthrown on a deep post pattern. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Three seconds to go in the first half. Iowa leading 20-14 over Northwestern. Now the Hawks are going to run the draw, handoff to Goodson. He gets the first down. Ran through a couple white shirts. Good job by Tyler. You better hit him hard if he's going down. The Hawks have to go in a hurry now.
They're going to spike it.
And Petrus does that. That'll stop the clock with 26 seconds left, hoping at minimum to get into Keith Duncan field goal territory, which doesn't seem to be bothering him. The elements, I should say, that wind. Sam Laporta, by the way, has 4 catches now for 37 yards in the first half. You remember he had his breakout game, his arrival game last year in Evanston when the Hawks shut out the Wildcats 20-0. Here it's 20-14. Second down, 10 at the Northwestern 38. Spencer to throw. Good protection. Fires to the sideline, and it's incomplete. Knocked away at the last. Intended for Tyrone Tracy. Good play by A.J. Hampton. Now it's 3rd down and 10. 20 seconds to go till halftime.
Yeah, they need about 15 yards to get into field goal range.
Yeah, let's see. They're at the 38, 48. Yep. 15 would at least give Duncan a good chance. Here we go, 3rd and 10 after the timeout. And they set up the screen. Running inside the 35. Doesn't look like Goodson followed his blockers that time. Maybe should have cut it back to the middle. He took a vicious shot. Looks like he got about 4, maybe 5 inside the 35, and the Hawks use their last timeout. It'll be 4th down with 2 seconds to go. I don't know yet if he's.
No, I think.
I don't know if he's close enough for a field goal. Now, Caleb Shudak is limbering that leg up. He's got such a strong toe. Perhaps they give him a crack at it. Line of scrimmage is the 34. What do you walk off? 7 or 8 yards?
Yeah, 54 yards.
So it'd be at least a 56 yard, maybe 55, 56. Well, we'll see. No, it wouldn't be that. Well, let's see. 34. They're going to kick will come from the 52-yard field goal attempt by Caleb Shudak.
Got to be careful of the run back here.
2 seconds to go, so this will be the last play of the first half. Iowa will either lead by 6 or by 9. Here's the snap, the spot, the kick is on the way, and it is certainly long enough. Oh, and it hit the crossbar. Or not the crossbar, excuse me, hit the right upright. And
what a leg.
Fell back into the line, into the end zone. That would have been good had he hooked it just a little bit more. No, maybe it was a little bit short. I beg your pardon. It did not hit the upright. I thought it caught the upright, but he was a couple yards shy of the crossbar.
Yeah, it looked like it from here, too. I guess that wind's blowing so hard that it looked like it hit the upright.
But on anything close to a normal day, that would have had the distance. So that's how the first half ends with a
Alrighty, hello Hawkeye fans, and welcome back for your halftime update. I'll tell you what, the story of that first half was turnovers for Northwestern and a very disciplined Iowa football team. The score of that first half, Iowa 20, Northwestern 14 turned 2 fumbles into touchdown. Our Hawkeyes did. The Iowa punt and a Northwestern snafu. That's what we like to see. Number 22, Terry Roberts, for the Hawkeyes with the fumble recovery at the 7-yard line. I tell you what, if you guys would have been here in the stands, I guarantee you would have been going crazy. You probably were at home, and this led to a fantastic corner touchdown catch by Brandon Smith. Then we get to our next fumble recovery, a second one. We love to see it. Northwestern fumble by Bowser, recovered by number 97, Zach Van Valkenburg. This one leading to a 15-yard touchdown by Tyler Goodson, ran it right in. And then, you know, as exciting as those two plays were, we loved it. It was great. I think the one that I loved the most was the drive that resulted in the first Keith Duncan field goal. I mean, that one I think we really saw our offense kind of settle in. Spencer Petras settled in, and we really gained some momentum there, got our receiving core involved, and I think that might have been my favorite, although it didn't end in a touchdown. It ended in a field goal. That was one of my favorite to watch because I think it really just had that vibe to it where our guys were settling in and we were getting into it. So, another Hawkeye highlight, like I said, we had a very disciplined Hawkeye football team, which was nice to see. Through the first and second quarter, no penalties for our Hawkeyes, and a handful for Northwestern, which, again, we like to see that. Definitely a positive bounce back from last week for our Iowa Hawkeyes. Again, that first half score, Iowa 20, Northwestern 14, fingers crossed, and we're hoping for another penalty-free second half for our Hawkeyes. Again, thank you all so much for joining us for our very first pregame live show right here from Kinnick Stadium. We can't wait to see you all come back next week as we take on Michigan State at 11 a.m. We'll be right here 2 hours before kick. That gets us started at 9 a.m. Tune back in, HawkeyeSports.com/GameDayLive. I will see you then. Until then, go Hawks.
From Learfield IMG College, this has been the well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half on the Hawkeye Football Radio Network. Hawkeye Football is brought to you by Bud Light. Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Go to HyVeeAislesOnline.com. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Shields, right there with you. And by Iowa Pork, Iowa's pig farmers whose work creates economic opportunities in rural Iowa. Learn more at iowapork.org. Now live, this is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
20-14 at halftime. The Hawkeyes lead Northwestern after building a lead of 17-0. 14 of those 17 points came off Northwestern turnovers, and the Hawks did the right thing, Ed. They cashed in, but Northwestern got the running game going, oddly enough, with the wind in the second half, converting a lot of third and fourth downs, and have crawled back to within 6.
Gary, if we want to win, we've got to stop the run, and we've got to start running the ball. I mean, look at those statistics at halftime.
122 rushing yards for Northwestern, 42 for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, I mean, that's simple, and so it's time to make your halftime adjustments. Let's go Hawks.
Now, that said, Spencer Petras, 14 of 25 for 147 yards and a touchdown pass to Brandon Smith. The passing game's fine.
Yeah, but, you can't have 47 yards and give up over, 127?
122 on the ground. So, yeah, that run defense and run the football both need to improve in the second half. This is the Budweiser halftime show brought to you by Bud Light. Whenever there's a Hawkeye game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Iowa 20, Northwestern 14 at the break. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light.
It's game day in Iowa City, Iowa. We wish we could be in historic Kinnick Stadium, but we're thrilled to present our virtual halftime performance and cheer on our Hawkeyes from a distance. Under the direction of the band's 13th director, Dr. Eric Bush, with drum major Michael Jansen and our award-winning Golden Girl, Kylene Spanbauer, the University of Iowa proudly presents the Hawkeye Marching Band. Today's halftime show features music by celebrated female Grammy award-winning artists. All of today's music was arranged for the Hawkeye Marching Band by our graduate teaching assistants. Our first selection, arranged by Josh Neuenschwander, features Time Magazine's 2019 Entertainer of the Year, Lizzo, conducted by graduate teaching assistant Tyler Strickland. Here's 'Cause I Love You and Juice. Next, we feature a medley of songs by 15-time Grammy Award winner Adele. After winning Best New Artist in 2009, she went on to win more Grammys than any other female artist outside of the United States. Here is graduate teaching assistant and drumline instructor Nick Miller conducting the band in his arrangement of Adele's Rolling in the Deep and Rumor Has It. We close out our show today with the 2020 Grammy Song and Record of the Year by the Best New Artist of the Year. At just 17 years old, this artist became the youngest ever to be nominated in all 4 main categories in a single year. Conducting the band in his arrangement of the tune, here's J.T. Womack and the Hawkeye Marching Band with Billie Eilish's Bad Guy. The Hawkeye Marching Band. The director of bands is Dr. Mark Heidel. The director of the Hawkeye Marching Band is Dr. Eric Bush. He's assisted by graduate teaching assistants Josh Neuenschwander, Tyler Strickland, J.T. Womack, Madeline Womack, and drumline instructor Nick Miller. Speaking for the band, this is Luke Rist.
The Hawks are ahead. Better news, the Hawks have no penalties. Flagged for 10 last week. They have 0 penalties in the first half. Third down conversions, Northwestern 6 of 10. The Hawkeyes 4 of 9. Northwestern's also converted a couple fourth down tries. Iowa's converted 1. The Hawkeyes have the lead, and Ed Podolak, I'm happy to report the Hawks will have the football
to start the second half after winning the coin toss and deferring, and that's big on a brisk day like today.
Boy, it is, and you know, it's the time for adjustment, halftime. We have been going back and forth between 4-3 and that cash. Belton has had a heck of a first half, playing as the cash back, and then they put Merriweather in as the other safety, but we just haven't been able to make the play on third down. You've got to stop those drives. They haven't punted once. Well, I take that back. They punted one time.
So who is more important in that situation when you need consistency in stopping the run on third down? Is it the defensive tackle, the middle linebacker, or both?
Yeah, it's 11 guys. It's 11 guys. They all have to do their job. And
I'm talking about when they have success with the middle run.
It looks like the center and the two guards at Northwestern, they had 8 practices this spring.
Correct.
But then we had the practices for a bowl game, which Northwestern didn't. So this new offensive coordinator that they have, these young guys have really listened to him. And we're going to have to up our game a little bit here if we expect to win this one.
Mike Bajakian, he's an old Butch Jones disciple, Central Michigan. They went to Tennessee. In fact, he was on the staff in the Tax Slayer Bowl when Tennessee beat the Hawkeyes roughly 5 years ago.
I can't remember that.
Yeah, that's a nightmare.
Yeah,
I don't know why I brought it up, to be honest with you. But
I didn't like that trip all the way over there either.
Bajakian came in, and Mick McCall, who for almost 15 years was the offensive coordinator at Northwestern, Bajakian scrapped everything because they had so many young players, short time, little practice time to put in or refine the old offense. He said, look, I want everybody on the same page, freshmen, seniors, from the first day. So he put in a complete new offensive system, all new schemes, and they all had a chance to learn it at the same time. And it looks like they've been a tremendous quick study.
Yeah, and they've done a lot of different things, use a lot of different people. They even use...
Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. That cash money, I got it. That swag, honey, I got it. My pop tags, I got it. You talking about it, I got it. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. All I do is be stunting. Why these dudes be fronting? Hit them all and buy what I'm wanting. You touch me, we jumping. Need a runway, I'm finna take off. Cushion knock your face off. One made one like steak sauce. Running through the green like a play golf. I'm try it on, not cop it. Tell them hating new, just stop it. Cause I'm made new. They jocking like a rubber band, I'm popping. In that supercar lane hopping. Them big wheels and they chopping. Hit them once, then we swap them. They fall in love, then we drop them. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt.
Ballot for this year.
Well, can I vote for all 4 of them? Or
yeah, you sure can. If you have a vote.
You don't have to.
Nope, you can vote for. Well, there's like 60 of them on the ballot, and I'm guessing Bob Stoops is available as much for his coaching ploy as he was for a great defensive back here under Hayden Fry at Iowa. Hawks are wearing the JHF decal or sticker patch, I should say, on their uniforms in honor of the late great Hall of Famer Hayden Fry. So Iowa gets the ball to start the second half and will have the win, and they got to make some hay with the ground game and the scoreboard in the third quarter. Ed.
Yeah, Northwestern has decided that they want the win in the fourth quarter. So they're going to give Iowa the win in the third quarter. So let's get going, Hawkeyes.
It'd be nice. Amir Smith's had a good day returning the football, and he should have a chance here as Kubander runs up on it and hits a good one into the wind, and it goes out of bounds. It'll be a touchback. Bounced straight sideways when it went into the end zone. They kicked it away from Amir. That's a smart move. And Ivory Kelly Martin just watched it go over his head. So out it comes to the 25-yard line, and you know that Northwestern defense is going to be fired up because they know exactly of what we were talking about up here. Run the football, and that's what Iowa wants to do. Obviously score points at the end
of a clock-consuming drive. Petrus up under center. Tyler Lindebaum, two tights. Byer stands up, goes in motion. Hawkeyes have single wideouts each way. They run the counter draw, and Northwestern, blitzing those linebackers, drops Goodson for a 3-yard loss. Not the way you wanted to start the half.
No, and, they get a great play out of the defensive end who's being trapped by our tight end coming across, and it just looked like if we didn't want to go inside or outside, it looked like a decision wasn't made.
Patty Fisher waylaid Goodson, 2nd down, 13. Empty backfield, Spencer Petrus to throw, swings it out to the tight end Byer, and he's knocked down immediately. My goodness. As Ed Podolak says, this is just like stealing. Those linebackers are all over the field. Chris Bergen there. Bergen, Fisher, Gallagher. Well, hey, they're all seniors. They've been around a long time. They're smart football players.
And their defensive line keeps your linemen off of them. They just won't let you get back and block them.
Gain of a yard for Byer on that swing pass. 3rd down, 12. The Hawks are in danger of turning the ball over on a 3-and-out unless they can get at least 13. Well, they run the draw to Goodson on a cutback. Spins away. Spins away not once but twice and gets the 1st down. Might be the running play of the year right there.
Well, it was unbelievable. He did that spin move. He cut back, had perfect vision, and then dove for the extra yard for the 1st down.
Spinning top not once but twice. Cam Ruiz got him on the ground at the 36. What an effort by sophomore Tyler Goodson. Needed 13, got 13. We may come back to that play on our postgame.
Let's hope so.
Two tights for the Hawkeyes, one running back. Petrus to throw. Looks left, now comes back right, and throws a pass that really should have been intercepted. I don't know how he could miss the receiver that bad, but Chris Bergen, Bergen may have tipped the football now as we look at a replay.
Boy, it was into a lot of players around.
Yeah, Blake Gallagher was right there. Yeah, I think he just way overled the intended receiver. Spencer trying to hit Brandon Smith on a slant. It might have been misdirected at the line of scrimmage, but thankfully it got on the ground before Gallagher could secure it. 2nd down, 10. And they're going to run a sweep with Goodson, and Northwestern, everybody stayed home, and they plow into Goodson and drop him for nearly a 5-yard loss.
Yeah, J.R. Pace.
Safety blitz.
I mean, these guys are great tacklers, and those two safeties have to come up and make plays, and they do. So we're back to 3rd and 13 again.
3rd and 14 to be exact. Let's see if Goodson can pull another rabbit out of his hat if they decide to go with him. The ball at the 32-yard line. And here's Petrus with Goodson in the backfield with him. 3 wideouts. Northwestern gets a rush on. Spencer throws and overthrows Sam Laporta, and he took a vicious shot as he let the ball go. That rib cage was exposed for Ernest Brown, who gave him a shot. Brandon Joseph was in coverage. And the Hawks, a little shaky on offense to start the second half, save for Goodson's spectacular run, will punt it away.
And that was only a 3-man rush, Harry. They dropped 8, and both defensive ends got to the quarterback.
So back deep for Northwestern is Coco Azima and Riley Lease in double punt formation. Here comes Torrey Taylor's kick. He runs to the right, lets it go. It's a high-hanging punt. Hits at the 10, goes out of bounds. Great kick by the Aussie. The freshman out of bounds just inside the 10, and the Hawkeye defense will trot onto the field there. Iowa punts it away. Northwestern has its first possession of the 3rd quarter when we come back. 12:32 to go in the period. Iowa 20, Northwestern 14. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
The fall harvest is a special time that endures long days, hard work, and often challenges in the days ahead. Be mindful of farmers on the roadway, give them space, and show your support. Please join the Iowa John Deere Dealers and Farm Credit Services of America as we celebrate and support all farmers during today's 5th annual Harvest Game at Kinnick Stadium. Go Hawks! Prior to each home game, tune into our live Game Day show. The show begins 2 hours prior to kickoff and provides an exclusive look into the upcoming matchup. The show is hosted by Laura Vandenberg and features special guests, new videos, insight from Gary Dolphman, and glimpses of Game Day at Kinnick Stadium. Tune in every home game at HawkeyeSports.com/GameDayLive. It's time for the Delta Dental Smile Cam. Share your game face with the hashtag Hawkeye Smile. Delta Dental, healthy smile, healthy eyes, healthy you.
Inside the 10-yard line, its own 10-yard line, after a great punt by Torrey Taylor. 40, 50, that thing hit and roll about 60, 58 yards for Torrey Taylor. He continues to impress, Edward.
Yeah, he's taking that little run move to the right and kicking it the soccer style or whatever they call it, and they came very close to blocking that too. So you're going to see teams try to concentrate on rushing him as he takes those little skip steps to the right.
Pat Fitzgerald, after registering his 100th career win a week ago against Maryland, since quarterback Peyton Ramsey out. Ramsey found 7 different receivers last week. He's hit 4 different wideouts or pass catchers today, but it's been the running game for Northwestern that has brought him back from a 17-point deficit. Iowa leads it by 6 early on second half, and here we go. 1st and 10 Northwestern at almost its own 10. And there's a quick out dropped, and that'll be an incomplete pass. Well, wait a minute now. Did they call that a catch? And then that line judge.
Oh, the line judge is giving us the ball.
They're giving the ball to Iowa. What in the world? Well, now it's incomplete, like I thought it should have been originally.
Yeah, there's an incomplete pass, 2nd down. Please reset the game clock to 12:20.
Yeah, you're right. The line judge was giving us the ball, and he never had control of it.
Yeah.
Plus, he recovered it.
Ramad Bowman, I don't think he ever had control of the football. Dane Belton was right there to grab it after he dropped it, and they do call it incomplete. So it's after all that, it's 2nd and 10. The ghouls and spirits are at work. They try to angle run, cut back by Bowser, right to left, and he crosses the 12 to the 13. Riley Moss there to knock him down after a gain of 3. 3rd down and 7 for Northwestern. That Iowa defense has let him out more often than Phil Parker would like today. Let's see if they can get a stop here. Ramsey on 3rd and 7 from his own 13. Straight back to pass. Has time, throws, and it is caught up at the 30-yard line on a deep square in. And that's been the story of this game. 7 of 11 now, Northwestern on 3rd down.
Well, that's a big square in, 15 yards down the field. And again, that was tremendous pass blocking.
Yeah, just too much time. And Ramsey picking Iowa apart on 3rd down. Riley Moss with the stop, but McGowan puts it at the 30-yard line. That's a gain of 17. And 1st and 10, and Northwestern keeps the ball. Now the sack happens, and the ball's out, and Northwestern jumps on it back at the 19. That's a loss of 11. Davion Nixon got in there. We'll call it a sack, courtesy of Mershman Seeds. He fought his way through a double team, just swam his way to the quarterback, and knocked the ball loose. And the loss is of 11 back to the 19. Nixon, a big-time play there.
You bet, and Ramsey really slow getting up. He is hurting.
He might have landed on that shoulder awkwardly. 2nd down. That's Davion's 2nd sack of the young campaign. Ramsey claps his hands, hands the ball to Bowser. on an end sweep, and he's knocked out. Terrific open field tackle by Nick Neiman.
Well, you know that Iowa's running an interesting defense here where they actually have 4 linebackers on the field at times, and they're using Joe Evans kind of as a linebacker instead of a defensive end.
Let me correct myself. Dane Belton with the terrific open field tackle. Neiman was there to cover up, but Belton came up from his safety. That kid is a heck of a football player. Little or no gain. It is 3rd down and almost 20 for Northwestern. And they're going to keep the ball on the ground, and stumbling without getting touched is Drake Anderson. So the Hawkeyes do get a stop and will get off the field.
Got a flag out. Let's see what happens here.
Well, let's see. It's either holding or motion, you would think, on Northwestern. It was dropped right at the line of scrimmage.
Illegal formation by the offense, 5 in the backfield.
I was wrong in both counts.
But it's in our favor.
It's against Northwestern. Illegal formation. Sometimes that hurry-up offense will catch you in the wrong position. They had 5 in the backfield. Derek Adams will come on to punt for the Wildcats. Good job, Iowa defense. Davion Nixon's big sack after Northwestern converted a 3rd down was what turned the tide there. Charlie Jones with a grab at the 42-yard line. He gets upfield for a yard maybe and is dropped there, but the Hawks will have terrific field position when we return. Iowa's offense looking to hold serve just like the defense did, as Northwestern's Chris Bergen downfield to make the stop on Charlie Jones. Timeout on the field. Iowa 20, Northwestern 14. We have 9:44 to go, 3rd quarter. We'll be back to Kinnick Stadium right after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Mid-American.
Prior to each game, fans can find the game program on our website. The program is free to access and has the latest information about Hawkeye football. Get ready for game day and find the free game program on our website. Get a taste of game day at home and stop by Molly's Cupcakes. Satisfy your sweet tooth and pick up your favorite cookie or Rice Krispie treat. Molly's Cupcakes, located off Clinton Street in the heart of downtown Iowa City.
Farming agriculture today is more important than it really ever has been. So I think it's important for us to talk about the importance of farmers.
Collectively, we want to celebrate our farmers and what they're doing.
I think it's something that we all can get behind. It symbolizes something a lot bigger than us.
If agriculture went away today, it's take away the base foundation of what Iowa is.
The reality is you're tied to a farmer every day because they provide you food.
You walk through the grocery store and every aisle, there's stuff we grow here in Iowa, and that's why America needs farmers.
Marset, who had 4 catches in the first half, splits wide right. On a play fake, here comes the delayed blitz. Pass is intercepted. Spencer Petras throws a pick, and out of bounds with the football goes the Northwestern safety, Brandon Joseph. Their 4th interception of the young season, and I don't know if they sold something that Spencer didn't see, but he stepped right in front of Sean Byer, the tight end.
Yeah, they bringing that tight end across the field is one thing the Hawks like to do. They had a blitz on, and Tyler Goodson had to pick it up and didn't do a real good job of protecting his quarterback, and so I think Spencer had to throw it before he wanted to.
Yeah, too bad. He was under some heat there, and probably didn't have as much strength on that pass as he wanted to either, and yeah, that was interception all the way. And Joseph, just a redshirt freshman. Boy, they have got some good defensive backs in their own right. Here comes Bowser. Nope. Ramsey on the keeper. First down inside the 25 to the 23. Boy, he sold that nicely on the bootleg play fake to the running back. He ran straight down the field and gets a first down. Seth Benson dragged him down after about a 15-yard gain. And Northwestern's on the move, trailing 20-14. Here's Bowser on the draw. 5-6 yards inside the 20 to the Iowa 19. Northwestern 2 running plays, and they're in the Hawkeye red zone. Dane Belton tripped him up, but not looking good here. I mean, that's got to be deflating to the defense.
Yep, and you know, even though Ramsey was slow getting up in the last series, had a heck of a run.
Handoff again to Bowser. They're running over that left side. Nick Urban at guard. Peter Skoronsky, the outstanding true freshman. Jack Heflin stops Bowser after he gained 3 more. It's going to be 3rd down, a long 3. Hawks have to hope for a stop here and then force a field goal try, although Northwestern's gone for it on 4th down in the red zone today. But let's worry about that after hopefully a stop here on 3rd and 3. Out of the gun, here's Peyton Ramsey. Bowser in the backfield with him, and a whistle.
I think it's going to be the center again.
Moving the football more than he should have.
Uh-oh, they're going to call it on the Hawkeyes, the way they're pointing.
I don't see a flag.
Yeah, so it came in from the umpire.
Okay, he must have picked it up already then. Here we go.
Disconcerting signals by the defense, number 54, causing the offensive flinch. 5-yard penalty will result in a first down.
Disconcerting signals.
Yeah, that's, and see, since there are no fans in the stadium, you can hear the defense yelling to each other. I haven't heard that called since high school, maybe.
Well, good news is that's the first penalty against Iowa today. The bad news is it gives Northwestern a first down. And now they're at the Iowa 12. Barrington Wade is in the game. See if he can make a play. The Hawks, after the turnover, trying to keep Northwestern out of the end zone. Here's a stretch play run off the left tackle by Bowser, and he just got what he could and went down. A gain of 2. Neiman and Belton, they've been all over the field today, and they were again there. Gain of a couple, 2nd down 8. The ball just inside the 11-yard line of the Hawkeyes. We're halfway through the 3rd quarter. Iowa trying to protect a 20-14 lead. Northwestern certainly in field goal range, even going into the breeze. Here's a rollout left by Ramsey. He throws a wide open receiver at the 5, and he's got a first down at the 1.
See, here's missed coverage. There's nobody that picks up
the tight end, Charlie Mangieri.
In the flat.
Yeah, Neiman came and went for the quarterback. I don't know if that was Benson's man or who, but now it's 1st and goal Northwestern. Ramsey on the quarterback keeper tried to drive straight to the goal line, and he got shoved back. Great push by the Iowa front, and he may have lost a yard. See where they spot his motion. That was a heck of a push by the Iowa tackles. And Ramsey tried to break to the outside. They give him a slight loss, maybe back to the 2. 2nd down and goal. Northwestern trying to tie the game up with a touchdown here. 2 tight ends. Power package. They have a fullback And a lead handoff to Brown, and he's tackled by Davion Nixon, who blew the play up from his defensive tackle position.
He is playing so well, Gary. He just split the guard and tackle, came into the backfield and made the play.
They had a 300-pound lineman leading for Brown, but Davion Nixon blew the entire play up. No gain. It's 3rd down and goal. One more stop, and you got to make Northwestern think about it anyway. They go with the same package. 2 tight ends, 1 goes in motion. Here's Brown. He is over the goal line this time, and that is a touchdown, Northwestern. The Wildcats have caught the Hawkeyes and tied it up at 20 with that power run game.
Yeah, and like you said, that fullback is number 93, and this is all in the tailback seeing the soft spot, though. That play was supposed to go to the left. He saw the cutback and just scooted into the end zone.
Yeah, big old Joe Spivak, defensive tackle. Use him as a power blocker, a fullback. And here's a try for point after that would give Northwestern its first lead of the day. And it's good. Kubander kicks it through. Northwestern has come all the way back from 17 down, and they lead the Hawkeyes 21-20 with 6:05 to go in the 3rd period. Well, should we expect anything less out of Iowa and Northwestern? That's the way this series has been, back and forth for 20 years. It's back and forth today. Now the Hawks must play from behind, and they've only got another 6 minutes with this stiff breeze at their back, so they got to make it happen when
Congratulations to Brad Smith and Monica Hoover, today's Shelter Insurance fans of the game. Shelter Insurance for your auto, home, and life. Visit your local agent or find us online at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter. Show your Hawkeye loyalty by joining the ICLUB. Members of the ICLUB are the driving force of Iowa athletics and create first-class opportunities for our student athletes. Make a direct and lasting impact on Iowa student athletes and join the ICLUB.
Support from the ICLUB provides the best facilities and college experience for our student athletes to win, graduate, and do it right. Encourage everyone to make a difference in the lives of our student athletes by supporting the ICLUB. Thank you for your support of Iowa athletics.
Seconds left on the play clock, and then especially on 3rd down would wait till about 15 seconds left. So really did a very nice job there, and you get the feeling down here that that power game is gaining momentum versus what you saw in the first quarter.
21-20. Iowa will get the ball and the wind at least once, hopefully a couple more times. Hawk fans take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Charlie Kubander will try and drive it into the end zone against this stiff southwest breeze. Let's see if the Hawks can get Amir Smith going. Ivory Kelly Martin fields it in the end zone and takes a knee. Getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Call 515-410-9100, 515-410-9100, or search Iowa Medical Cannabis to learn more. Touchback, first and 10 at the 25.
Pardon me, Kelly Martin stays in at tailback.
See if the veteran can jumpstart this Iowa running game. Here's Petrus, throws straight sideways in and out of the hands of Brandon Smith. Oh, that was close to a lateral, too. They call it an incomplete pass. The Hawkeye offense. I mean, this Northwestern defense, they had 9 starters returning from a year ago. Defense wasn't their problem last year. Quarterback was, and the offense averaged, 16 points a game a year ago?
Yep. And that play wouldn't have gone anywhere if Smith had caught it.
Indeed. Hawks not looking to go downfield, at least at this point. Let's see what happens here on 2nd and 10. Kelly Martin flares out to the flat, makes the grab, and knocked down after a 3-yard gain. Seemingly, Northwestern's in the Iowa huddle. They seem to know what's coming, and it's those linebackers. Patty Fisher went with Ivory Kelly the moment he went in motion. Kelly gets 4 yards to the 29. The Hawks are going to face 3rd and 6 or have to punt the ball away again.
And that was a great open field tackle, too. And as we said in the pregame, these linebackers are all seniors.
Iowa's throwing everything laterally here of late. They got to go downfield here on 3rd and 6. Spencer looking over the middle, throws to the underneath man, Reganey, and that's good for about 3.
Patty Fisher again.
Yeah, I mean, this is disheartening to watch, but those linebackers have just owned the day since late in the first quarter. 4th down and 4, and the Hawks will turn to Torrey Taylor after a 3 and out and punt the ball away. Here's the snap. Taylor steps into it, and it's a sidewinding beauty. Caught at the 20. Fair caught there. And that'll be a 50-yard punt. Kyrick McGowan with the fair catch. And we'll keep it right here with 4:41 to go in the 3rd quarter. Iowa trailing Northwestern 21-20. In business, Mid-American Energy can help save you energy and add to the bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com and learn more. And while the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series is on hold for this season, Iowa's corn farmers will continue to stand behind this unique series and everything it stands for, because here in Iowa, we grow corn. But the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Well, let's see if the Hawks can turn the tables and get a pick of their own.
Yeah, you know, letting Northwestern score into the wind really makes the rest of the day tough.
Yeah, and of course that was a 35-yard drive after the interception. The Cats are going to keep it on the ground, and nothing there. Good job of the Iowa front there. Drake Anderson was immediately latched onto by Big Jack Heflin. And a lost yardage play of 1. 2nd down 11. Clock rolling with 4.5 to go, 3rd quarter. Northwestern will get the ball in the 4th period with that strong southwest breeze at its back. Hawks trying to get the ball back before that happens. Fake on the draw handoff. Ramsey now is going to try and run down the middle of the field. Davian Nixon was spying on him all the way and dropped him for at least no gain. That's a Spon and Rose hammer drop by Davion Nixon. Heck of a play by the tackle. He's had a great game.
Yeah, that's an all Big Ten performance we've seen from him the last week and this week.
They double team Golston there. And Chauncey freed up Davion. No gain. 3rd down 11. 3:39 to go, 3rd quarter. I'd be surprised if Northwestern put it up here. Big Jesse Brown is in the backfield. Hawks are rushing 4. Joe Evans comes in. He's hopefully the next sack master to replace A.J. Epinesa. Let's see what happens. Out of the gun. Ramsey back to pass. Good protection. Fires, and it's caught. First down at the 33. Are you kidding me? How many 3rd and longs have they converted today? My goodness.
Ball is thrown down and away. Hawks in a blitz. Bring both linebackers. Still can't get to the quarterback.
Ugh. McGowan with the grab. A chain mover. Riley Moss with the stop. And a gain to the 34-yard line. That's 15 yards on 3rd and 11.
What a throw.
And all the time in the world. Well, he's awful comfortable back there now, Ed, that's for sure. And they go empty. 4 receivers, double slot, 2 by 2. Hawks rushing 4, long count. 2:54 to go, 3rd quarter. Here's a pass over the middle, wide open. Caught, first down, 48-yard line. They're even throwing into the wind now.
Yep, and, again, we send both linebackers, so there's no underneath coverage on the inside, and he just picks it apart.
Kyrick McGowan on the catch again. Hawkeyes cover up after he goes to the ground. 1st and 10 at the 48 of Northwestern. And they're going to squeeze as much time off that clock as possible. 2:10 to go, 3rd quarter. Northwestern with the lead and the football. And they'll have the wind in the 4th period. Shotgun snap. Ramsey on a keeper. Rolls right. Now throws on the run. And no gain. Good play by the Iowa defense. They all covered their ground there. The pass to Ramad Bowman. He's knocked down as soon as the ball arrived. Matt Hankins was in the neighborhood. Got him off his feet. 2nd down 10. We're at 1:45 to go, 3rd period. Stations will have an ID after this next play.
Yeah, they're just taking all the time off the clock into the wind because they know they get it going the other way here pretty soon.
Here we go. 2nd down and 10, and flags. Probably a false start, or is it an encroachment on Iowa?
Yeah, I think it's Noah Shannon.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 21-20 Northwestern, late 3rd quarter. You're listening to Hawkeye football. It is on the Hawkeyes. Now it's 2nd and 5 instead of 2nd and 10. Noah Shannon getting talked to on the sideline by line coach Kelvin Bell. That's just the 2nd penalty for 10 total yards on the Hawkeyes. Well, that's improved today. But Northwestern doesn't need the help. Now they're at the Cats are at the Iowa 47. Straight ahead running. Big hole off the left side. Closed down in a hurry, but Drake Anderson is going to be close to a 1st down. Benson and Zach Van Valkenburg limit the gain to 3. It's 3rd down and 2, and maybe the last play of the 3rd quarter coming up.
You know, Northwestern's offensive line splits are so tight. Most teams split out maybe a yard. They're all in there almost toe-to-toe.
They pack it in. 9 of 14 on 3rd down is Northwestern. See if the Hawks can get a stop. Ramsey, play fake, roll out to his right, looking for somebody downfield, then throws it away. Smart move by the quarterback. His only open man was Malik Washington. He was the underneath guy, and that wouldn't have been enough for a 1st down, so he just threw it into the ground. It's 4th down and 2. 18 seconds to go in the 3rd period. So at least the Hawks make him punt into this stiff breeze, but of course they only have half the field to worry about.
Yeah, and that stopped the clock. If they'd have started the 4th quarter, they might have gone for it in that situation.
And now the punt from Derek Adams from about his own 40. Steps into it. He's trying to keep it outside the goal line. Fair catch asked for and taken by Charlie Jones.
Yeah, with that wind coming the way it is, you've got to field the ball, even though you're inside the 10, because that thing could have gone straight up in the air, and they'd have killed it inside the 5.
A nice 40-yard punt by Adams. 11 seconds to go. 3rd quarter, and the Hawks are starting deep in their own territory at the, call it the 8-yard line, between the 7 and 8.
Well, Gary, it's only 21-20.
Oh, I know.
We got a whole quarter to play. Quarter plus 20 seconds.
Field goal wins it if you shut them out from here. Hawks two tights. Petrus in the gun. Back to pass. Retreats to his end zone. Hit just as he lets it go and caught out across the 25-yard line by Amir Smith Marset. Welcome back, number 6.
Yeah, he started the game with a catch, and so now he'll end the third quarter with a catch.
Time runs out in the third period. 21-20 Northwestern. Hawks had a 17-point lead. Now they battle from behind, but they're only down 1 as we go to the fourth quarter. I want to thank our Lennox dealers in Atlantic, Camblin Plumbing and Heating. Here in Iowa City, it's Kelly Heating Service Incorporated. In Oskaloosa.
Fans, it was so much fun the first time. Let's do it again. It's Ponchero's. It's time for Ponchero's Big Burrito Lift. Ponchero's Mexican Grill, celebrating more than 25 years of burritos better built.
When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Here we come. Here we come. Here we come. I used to think that people die because they wicked. Nowadays, people want to see you dead because you gifted. Been ready for my tomb since I came about the womb. So no matter what, I'm coming back and paying you a visit. Saw it coming, I predicted, but y'all wouldn't listen. No, you can't protect your riches if you never burn bridges. Flip pages, went places, made changes, still dangerous. Now I'm back, altercation, hold still. I make it painless how it feel, baby. When you say you love me, is it real, baby? Full speed, both hands on the wheel, baby. Young Taz coming from the Mo field, baby. You know the drill, baby. Yeah. And when you hear the sound of the drum, we'll be saying, here we come. Yeah, here we come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
Plow forward from that right tackle spot. Hawkeyes on the strength of a 16-yard pass. Petrus to Amir Smith have a 1st and 10 to start the fourth quarter at the Hawkeye 26-yard line. Petrus 18 for 33, 172 yards with a touchdown and an interception that led to the Northwestern go-ahead score. And Spencer trying to redeem himself and the Iowa offense. And here we go with the fourth quarter. Laporta, the tight end, goes in motion. Here's a deep drop and a handoff to Goodson on a cutback. And he tried to reverse motion. And I hope he gets up okay. It looked like that left ankle buckled underneath him as he made his second cut. He fell forward for a yard.
Did you hear Patty Fisher's name over the loudspeaker again? Huh?
No, but I can see he was in on the play.
Yeah.
He's been all over the field. Gain of 1, 2nd down and long, 2nd and 9 for the Hawks. Twin receivers either way. Petrus looks right, throws right, has Amir Smith across the 30. At the 33, he'll be about 3 yards shy of a first down. The thing about the Wildcats, when they latch onto you, they're going to hang on to you. Rod Hurd Jr., Rod Hurd II, made that twisting tackle.
Well, manageable here, 3rd and 2.
Gain of about 7 for Amir Smith. He's got a half a dozen catches on the day. Hawks need a chain mover play. Amir Smith goes in motion. Here's Petrus out of the gun. Throws and caught at the 36-yard line. That should be enough for a first down.
I don't like the way that line judge is coming in from the other side. Oh, they wave it. Woo, okay. As Hayden Fry used to say.
We worry about everything at this stage.
Hayden Fry used to say, if it's that foot that's toward your line of scrimmage, you're losing it. If it's the foot that's down the field, you got a first down.
Amir Smith ran right to the 36-yard line, which is where they needed the yard to gain or the line to gain, and Petrus put it right on his numbers. So they do get a first down at the Iowa 36, and the drive continues. Goodson, big hole off the left side. He's close to a first down as he rams his way across the 45 to the 46-yard line. That'll be very close to a first down. Blake Gallagher, the weak side linebacker, ran into Goodson, but a huge block by Lindebaum up front for the Hawkeyes. Sprung him for, well, they say 9, 2nd and 1. 45-yard line of the Hawkeyes starting the 4th quarter. Northwestern leading 21-20. Now we have a flag. It looked like the defensive end charged into the neutral zone, and then Alaric Jackson moved.
Offside.
All right.
Defense, number 49.
You're right. We worry about everything right now, Gary.
That was Tommy Adabare, the defensive end, 265-pound sophomore, really gifted from Kansas City, where Red Podolak made fame after he left Iowa City. That marches the ball to midfield, so the Hawks, with 12:48 to go in the game, trying to find some leverage on the ground and having some success. Short passes. Tyler Goodson with maybe, other than that 15-yard thing of beauty in the first half, his best run of the second half. They set up the screen this time, and it's caught. Almost a naked screen. Mekhi Sargent grabs it, gets back to the line of scrimmage, and then is flung forward for about a yard. That play took a long time to develop.
Well, that's a screen set up to the left side, and there was really, Northwestern had sniffed it out and had a defensive tackle out there, but nifty job of running. Picked up 6.
We'll take it. 2nd down 4 at the Northwestern 44. Hawks mixing it up with the short passing game. Now they go multiple tight ends. Here's Petrus, throws to one of them. Porta makes a guy miss, makes another guy miss. He's on the run. 35-30. Inside the 30 to the 27, a flag on the far side of the field.
It's going to be an illegal blocker blocking the back. Oh, yeah. And it didn't even need to throw the block.
Offense, number 77.
Yeah.
10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Second down.
That's Alaric Jackson.
Yeah,
now the penalty's starting to mount again, Ed.
Yeah, he really didn't even need to touch the guy. I know it's the reaction is to do it, but your receiver's already inside of you.
That puts the Hawks behind the chains now. Second, they get the down over, but 10 from the spot of the foul. And it'll be 2nd and 14. Well, that wasn't much of a shove by Alaric, but he was behind him. See if Petrus can make a play here. Mekhi Sargent is in the backfield with him. Good protection. Petrus back to pass. Now he's going to cover up and run and gets back to the line of scrimmage and maybe a yard. Now this defense, they've got 9 of the 11 are juniors or seniors. And they're just too good. A gain of a yard for Petrus, so 2nd and 14 to 3rd and 13.
Yeah, in all those cases, Northwestern's going to a 3-man rush, dropping 8.
Bergen, the linebacker, and Leota, the cornerback, combined to make the stop. Bergen got there first, so it's 3rd and 14. Straight back to pass, Petrus. Now he's flushed. Angles to the right sideline. Looks back to the middle of the field. Now he's just going to get what he can, and he ends up losing a yard. That'll be a sack. And this time it's another linebacker, Gallagher. And the Hawks are going to have to punt it away. So the 10-yard push in the back, illegal block in the back, causes this drive to disintegrate. Iku Leota, the defensive end, is on the ground at the Iowa bench. He was in on that last tackle, might have got rolled up on, and the Iowa trainers are tending to him till Northwestern comes all the way across the field. 10:36 to go in the ball game. The Hawks will punt it away when we come back, trailing Northwestern 21-20. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
HawkeyeSports.com is the home of Iowa Athletics. For breaking news, matchup previews, team schedules, game times, TV providers, and more, visit HawkeyeSports.com. Hawkeye football is proudly sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield, Iowa's hometown health insurer for over 80 years. Wellmark reminds Hawkeye fans to stay healthy and stay in the game by wearing a mask, washing your hands, and getting a flu shot. Visit wellmark.com/blue for more tips to keep your team well all season long.
Hi, Hawk fans. Gary Dolphin here. Join me live every Wednesday night during football season from 6:30 until 8 for Hawk Talk with Kirk Ferentz, presented by View Rooftop on the Hawkeye Radio Network and KCRG 9.2. While we aren't able to be in person for the show this season, View Rooftop looks forward to hosting all Hawkeye fans next year. Hawk Talk with Iowa coach Kirk Ferentz, presented by View Rooftop from 6:30 until 8 p.m. this Wednesday night. Veteran Northwestern defense was salivating. Ed, they were drooling to get after the quarterback, Spencer Petrus, and now the Hawks at 4th and 14 will have to punt it away and hopefully get a stop and get it back in good field position.
You know, how many times today the Hawkeyes had it 2nd and short? I mean, it's 3rd and 10 or more in a lot of these offensive situations.
So after the officials' timeout, Iowa facing 4th and 14 will send in Torrey Taylor. Hawkeye football is brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau. Law enforcement is cracking down on wearing seatbelts, Hawk fans. The Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau and your local law enforcement reminds you to click it or ticket, day or night. Here comes the punt. Northwestern guarding against the fake, but a 1-point game, 21-20 Northwestern. You're not going to see that, at least not yet. Fair catch called for by Northwestern at the 14-yard line.
It's a good punt into that wind.
Yeah, about 36, 37 yards. Good luck to the Hawkeye wrestling #1 ranked wrestlers. They open their season somewhat abbreviated Sunday night out at the new Extreme Arena in Coralville. 6 Hawkeye wrestlers led by national champion Spencer Lee will be in action. And they are selling tickets for that. Limited attendance, of course, but get out and get an early peek at some of Iowa's wrestling best. Hawkeye defense needs to wrestle the ball away from Northwestern. Here's a couple of missed tackles at the line of scrimmage, and gaining 5 running left is Isaiah Bowser.
Boy, he is
so
some
strong.
kind of running back. I mean, he bounces off 2 Hawkeyes with a stiff arm, just push him out of the way.
Riley Moss submarine him to the ground, but he got 6 on first down. Second down 4. Here he comes again. Stutter step move through right guard and center and gets close to the first down. Jack Heflin stops him, but not before he gets the needed 4 for the first down. Ball at the 24. The Hawks can't pin him in, and they're going to have to try and stop him on this series. You know, Northwestern's going to keep it on the ground, even with the wind at their back. They've had such success running the ball since the second quarter. Ramsey fakes the draw handoff. Keeper gets a block, gets 5 out to the 30. Pretty simple football, but boy, it's effective.
Yep, he, you know, he's just what Northwestern needed. He's a guy who makes plays, doesn't make mistakes.
Kayvon Merriweather playing more here this afternoon. Didn't play a whole lot last week, but they're high on Kayvon for the future. Just a sophomore from Belleville, Michigan, multiple sport athlete. 2nd and 5 for the Wildcats. See if the Hawks can produce some negative yardage here. Empty backfield. Ramsey to throw. Grabbed onto. Yeah, he's sacked back at the 21. I'd have called for that a long time ago. Good job by Chauncey Golston. He gets the Mershman Seed sack. I believe that's number 3 on the day. $150 to the Stead Family Children's Hospital.
Yeah, Davian Nixon right there, too. They sandwiched him. It's one of those old stories. They'll meet you at the quarterback.
Well, I like going from 2nd and 5 to 3rd and 13. Thank you, Mershman Seeds. Quarterback sack. Golston having a good second half. Now they need a stop on 3rd and 13 from the 21 of Northwestern. Ramsey back to pass. He's unfazed. Squirms his way from Joe Evans. Throws downfield, and it's intercepted. Overthrown and picked off. Is that Kerner?
Yep.
Jack Kerner comes over from the safety spot and jumps high for that overthrown pass and picks off Peyton Ramsey. Well, they forced him into a mistake. He's been getting away with that rollout right or left and throwing off balance, and that time he heaved it way over the intended receiver's head.
Yeah, give that to the pass rush. They flushed him out of the pocket. He made a silly mistake just after we talked about how cool he's been this afternoon.
8:05 to go, fourth quarter. Yeah, Noah Shannon, Chauncey Golston, Davion Nixon, Jack Heflin, they're all starting to get upfield now and put the heat on Ramsey, and a turnover on Northwestern. Their second of the day. See if the Hawks can cash in at the 37-yard line. Goodson, middle run, big hole, and he gets close to a first down inside the 30 of Northwestern to the 27-yard line. Even into that breeze, they're almost in Keith Duncan range. But they need a touchdown here, Ed.
Boy, that was a good, really nice play. They double-teamed that defensive tackle, pushed him out of the way.
Northwestern got the lead off an Iowa interception. Let's see if the Hawks can regain it after a Ramsey pick. Gain of 9 by Goodson. He tries to sweep the left side, and he's mowed over. And I'm just going to guess it's a linebacker. Blake Gallagher. A loss of 4, and now it's third and almost 5. Ball back outside the 30-yard line.
Boy, those linebackers are something. He took off. He knew where he was going before Goodson knew where he was going.
I mean, hey, Pat Fitzgerald was a consensus All-American at middle linebacker. Yep. He's all about linebacker play. Now the Hawks need to make 5 for a first down. They're at the 30 of Northwestern after the Kerner intercept. Goodson goes in motion. Here's Petrus looking, good protection, and then overthrows, and it's intercepted. Overled the receiver, and it's picked off by Northwestern. Brandon Joseph, or is it Cam Ruiz? Double check. Yeah, it's Brandon Joseph, his second interception. And yep. Spencer Petrus picked off back-to-back by Joseph. So a great opportunity blown there by the Hawkeyes. Missed opportunity as they give it right back to the Wildcats.
That's one of these throws that's so difficult to make with the wind blowing as hard as it is. You don't want to have to throw the ball that hard in there.
Need a new background for those Zoom meetings? Maybe you need to update your phone's lock screen. We've got you covered. Rep the Hawkeyes and find some of the latest graphics for your devices on our digital swag page. Check it out at HawkeyeSports.com. cutout/digital swag. At U.S. Bank, we team together to support our customers, our communities, and our Hawkeyes. We are pleased to champion athletic programs that enrich the quality of life for everyone. You can count on every U.S. banker to serve you and to cheer on the spirit of teamwork. U.S. Bank, the power of possible. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. On behalf of Hawkeye football and the entire Iowa Athletic Department, we wish everyone a happy and safe Halloween.
To arrive today, but a key penalty and now 2 interceptions on Spencer Petras in the fourth quarter has Northwestern with the ball right back after Jack Kerner had picked off Peyton Ramsey near midfield. The Hawks can't do anything with it. 1st and 10 Northwestern, thanks to a Brandon Joseph interception, his second of the day. This has been a knockdown, physical, drag-out series since 2000. Last 20 years. Each team has won 9 times. And Northwestern trying to go up 1 in the 2000s. Here's a turn and a give to the tailback. Straight ahead running for Isaiah Bowser. They're content with that 1-point lead to run the football, get the clock going, take their shots through the air if they have to. Good stop of the Iowa defense. Jack Heflin has been plugging that 3-tech spot most of the afternoon. That inside run. The Hawks have taken that away here. Here's another run inside. Neiman cheated up with Benson. Combined for the tackle. So in 2 running plays, the Cats have gained 5 yards. And look at 3rd and 5 with 6:10 to go. If the Hawks can get a stop here, get the ball right back. Plenty of time. Davion Nixon clapping his hands down there. Ball at the 23-yard line, 3rd down 5. Ramsey shifts to the Wildcat. Running back with him for blocking purposes, and he retreats to the 15. Pressure, he gets rid of the ball and caught up at the 40-yard line. Unbelievable Northwestern has been on 3rd down today. They're now 10 of 17 on 3rd down. Ramad Bowman ran a square out right in front of the Iowa bench. And a 15-yard pickup. Riley Moss, just, again, very little pressure on the quarterback. And it's tough for a cornerback to follow a fleet-footed receiver across the field. Now Northwestern will go back to the running game and runs out of bounds. Does
wide receiver?
Yeah, they had this slot receiver in the backfield. Gave him the ball, and he gets 8. 2nd down 2 is 5:20 to go. Clock running. Hawkeyes need to get a stop right here. Northwestern out at its own 45. And the running game has been critical to its success. They've rushed now for 151 yards. Here's a play fake to the back. They throw to the right flat, and it's dropped by McGowan. Kyrick McGowan. Kayvon Merriweather was there for the coverage. Here we are again, Ed.
Yep.
Third down and four.
And this is gotta do it. This is no question. Gotta do it.
Clock's under 5 minutes. 4:57 to play. 21-20. Northwestern. Iowa led 17-0 in the first half. But the offense just has sputtered against this veteran Northwestern defense and unable to sustain any long drives today. 2 Northwestern fumbles. The Hawks turned into 2 touchdowns, 2 short drives. Here's a timeout asked for by Northwestern. The Hawks brought the safeties up to blitz right at the last, and Pat Fitzgerald called a timeout. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Authentic Brand, proudly providing our Hawkeye apparel for today's game. Eddie and I are decked out. You're looking good in your gray charcoal Authentic Brand. I've got my Hawkeye sweatshirt on. Authentic Brand. It's a great Iowa company with a huge selection of quality licensed Hawkeye gear available at many local retailers, or order online now at authentic-brand.com. Authentic Brand. Look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic. Let's check in with Rob Brooks, courtesy of U.S. Cellular.
Well done.
Each week, tune into the Heartland and follow your Hawkeye football, men's basketball, women's basketball, and wrestling teams. The show provides an all-access look at the programs with features on student athletes, coaches, and staff members. Catch the latest episodes on YouTube and the Hawkeye social media channels.
Courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Northwestern faces 3rd and 4 at the Wildcat 45. Hawks let them out on 3rd down a moment ago, and only 5 minutes to play in the game. Boy, they need to get a stop here and get the ball back. See if Northwestern goes to a short pass pattern or run the football. Ramsey checks to the sideline, was ready to snap the ball, and then pulled up. Here we go. Hawks again showing blitz. Ramsey back to pass. They are blitzing, and he throws it away. Good job, Seth Benson got upfield in a hurry. The athletic young man from Sioux Falls. And the Hawkeyes will get the ball back with 4:53 to go.
Yeah, they brought Kerner too, and you could see that they were going to come with the full blitz, and they looked to the sideline just before the ball was snapped, and they didn't get out of that play. I thought for sure they'd try to run the ball to run the clock down. That's a big stop by Iowa.
Now the punt by Northwestern. Back deep is Charlie Jones at his 8-yard line. Here's the snap. And it's sent toward the north goal line. Fair catch called for and made at the 13-yard line. Derek Adams with the boot. Charlie Jones, a sure-handed Charlie Jones with the catch. And the Hawkeyes will take over 1st and 10 at their own 13-yard line. Well, we haven't seen, we're so used to seeing Nate Stanley engineer those 90-yard drives. This would be pretty close to that, Ed. But, of course, all they need is a field goal to get the lead back.
That is correct. And we've got two of the best standing over here warming up.
So here we go. Spencer Petras. Let's see if he can lead his first game-winning drive of his young career. He's been picked off a couple times here in the second half. Empty backfield. Spencer looks downfield, now retreats to the end zone and throws it away. There's nobody open. And, you know, Pat Fitzgerald is putting the onus on this veteran defense.
Yep, and again, they rush 3, drop 8. He's trying to throw the ball over the middle again, and there's no place to go with it. No daylight around any receiver.
Even when the strength of your team is the receiving core, it's tough when they're dropping 8. But Amir Smith, Brandon Smith, Tyrone Tracy, somebody's got to make a play at both ends. Here's Petras. Drops back on 2nd down, lobs it on a fade pattern and well over the head of the intended receiver, Amir Smith-Marset. So in 2 plays, the Hawks come up empty, and they're now 3rd and 13, or 3rd and 10 at their own 13.
Well, he had the right receiver because there Northwestern went to the blitz, had man-on-man out there with Smith-Marset. But again, you've got this wind that you're trying to throw it into, and he just overthrew it.
3rd down and 10. Goodson in the backfield. Maybe they try a screen to him. Petras steps up in the pocket, fires, caught at the 22. Be just short of a first down, it would appear. They need to get to the 23. See where they move Laporta's forward motion to the 22. It would be 4th down and 1, and the Hawks are showing that they're going to go for it. Petras will go straight ahead and gets the first down to the 24.
Big play.
And they went in a hurry. Yeah, Laporta, I'm looking at the replay. He was just short of the first down, but Spencer gets it anyway. So the Hawks get the first down just across the 24 and keep the ball. 4 minutes to go. We'll keep our eye on that clock as the Hawkeyes need 3 to take the lead, trailing 21-20. They've been shut out here in the second half by the stout Northwestern D. Goodson in the backfield with Petras. Out of the shotgun snap. Good protection. It breaks down. He scoots to his left, throws it to Goodson, the safety valve. And Tyler gets up to the 28, maybe the 29 before Northwestern closes on him, led by safety J.R. Pace. Iowa has its full complement of timeouts remaining. 3.5 to go. Down 21-20. Petras quickly. No huddle. From the 33. Back to pass. 2nd down, 7. Fires a pass. Caught in the left flat. First down. Up shy of the 40-yard line.
Tyrone Tracy with in behind the cornerback in front of the safety. I like it better throwing the ball to the sideline rather than trying to get it over the middle.
Gain of just beyond 10 yards. 1st and 10. The ball at the 39. Petras back to pass again. Throws to the short underneath man, and it's caught and then dropped by Laporta. That'll be an incomplete pass. 2nd down, 10 up and coming. Hawks are at the 39 of Iowa. 2:50 to go. 3 timeouts remaining. Northwestern leading by a count of 21-20. And the go-ahead score by Northwestern here in the second half after a Spencer Petras interception. And a short drive put Northwestern ahead. Now the Hawks going into the wind with less than 3 minutes to go. Here we go. 2nd down, 10. They run a delayed blitz. Pass is incomplete. Thrown right side intended.
Oh, we're going to get interference call against Northwestern.
Ooh, I didn't see that flag here.
It came from down the field. It came in a little late, but it was the field judge.
I'll say it came in late. That guy must have turned his clock back earlier today, but Cam Ruiz appears to be the guilty of the infraction.
Pass interference. Defense, number 18.
Wow.
Get first down at the spot of the foul.
First penalty in a long time on Northwestern. The Hawks will take it. Any charitable giving they like. So that moves the ball to the 49-yard line of Iowa. Gain of 10 on the interference. We're going to get a look at it here. The pass was intended for Reganey.
They're going to drop. Looks like they're dropping 8 again.
He took an inside-out move. Here's Petrus to throw on first down. Crossing pattern caught by Brandon Smith. That's good for 5 or 6. That's all you need. Keep throwing 5, 6, 7 yards. Keep the clock moving. Get into field goal position and win it with Keith Duncan, who's been so reliable over his career. The ball at the 46 of Northwestern. That's a gain of roughly 5. Brandon stumbled to the ground with the ball. 2:17 to play in the game in regulation. Hawks down 21-20. Petrus out of the gun. Blitz coming. He gets rid of it. And it is overthrown, intended for Brandon Smith on the Hawkeye sideline, covered by Rod Hurd. And the Hawkeyes 4-down territory, obviously, face 3rd and 5 at the Northwestern 46. This drive started at the Hawkeye 13. Iowa on 3rd down, 6 of 16 today. But none of that matters now. They need to get another 15, 20 yards for Keith Duncan. The wind has died down a little bit, just as predicted. Right now, the Hawks need a first down. 3rd and 5. Here's the snap, delayed blitz. Petrus forced out of the pocket and throws it away. He's going to take his chances on 4th down.
Boy, whatever they had called, he gave up on it in a hurry. He was flushed out of the pocket, and I don't know what that pattern was supposed to be, but nobody looked like they were the intended receiver.
Intended for Laporta, and Iowa down to its last down if they don't convert for 5 yards, at least on this series. See if the Hawks can make a play. Goodson's back to block. Petrus, they're just rushing 3. Petrus fires and incomplete. Not even close. Intended for Reganey, and he had to get rid of the ball, and Iowa turns it over on downs. And Northwestern defense bend but don't break on that series, and with 1:55 to play.
Boy, Smith-Marset was just collared by Petty as he was coming across the field. He was coming underneath to catch the ball.
By Fisher?
Patty Fisher just reached out and hooked him. Well, I wish you could see that again. That's unbelievable you can miss that.
Well, we wish the officials would have seen it the first time.
Yeah.
Timeout on the field. We'll take a break and come back in just a minute. Iowa trails 21-20. All 3 timeouts left, 1:55 to play. Hawks got to get the ball back somehow, some way. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College. Hawks have all 3 timeouts left with 1:55 to play, and Iowa trailing by 1. Quick Star now has take-home meals. Try the fettuccine alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes, roasted turkey, and more. That sounds like Thanksgiving. Freshly made and absolutely delicious. Quick Star, we got dinner covered. Northwestern takes over, though, at its own 46, Ed. So they're going to keep the ball on the ground, get Iowa to spend its timeouts, and then punt it away deep in Iowa territory. That's the plan unless they get a first down.
Well, yeah, they'll keep it on the ground, or they'll run that play-action play where they slip somebody out into the flat and have Ramsey roll out and either run it or toss it out there.
Hawkeyes had the lead at the break, 20-14. The only scoring in the second half was Spencer Petras' interception that led to Northwestern's short drive for a touchdown, and that has been it. And they go heavy package with multiple tight ends, an I formation, and a great tackle by Benson, who's had a heck of a game as he drops Isaiah Bowser for no gain. The Hawks will spend a timeout with 1:51 to go in the game, trailing 21-20. The support you've shown for local farmers throughout this very tough year has not gone unnoticed. Gestures that may seem small to you, like choosing to fuel up with E15 or unleaded 88, which are made with corn grown right here in Iowa, will make a difference to our state, our farmers, and it shows we are stronger. Together in Iowa, we grow corn. But the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Go to iowacorn.org for more ways you can support Iowa's corn farmers. Iowa corn. 2 timeouts remaining for the Hawks. Northwestern huddled up around offensive coordinator Mike Bajakian. Now, the Iowa defense has played well today. 21-20 Northwestern. Here we go, 2nd down and 10. Wildcats. Ramsey turns, hands off to Bowser, and he's going nowhere. Loss of 3. Down he goes. Jack Heflin, Seth Benson, Nick Neiman, Davian Nixon, Jack Kerner. They're blitzing and rushing everybody.
Yep, and again, Chauncey Golston's had such a day. Got upfield, pushed everything back inside.
3rd down and 3. Excuse me, 3rd down and 13. A loss of 3. The Wildcats are shoved back to their 43.
How many 3rd down and 13s have they made today? I know they've made a lot of 3rd downs, but I can remember 3 or 4 that were at least 13 yards.
They're 10 of 18 on 3rd down, and they're 2 of 2 on 4th down. That is key conversions. 1:46 to go after Iowa used its 2nd timeout. I can't imagine Northwestern would get fancy here. Not with that defense. And put the ball up. Here's a toss sweep to Bowser. He gets to the corner. Can he get a turn? No. Great submarine tackle. Great job by Riley Moss, who came up. He had help from Kerner. That safety and cornerback have been all over the field today, too.
Yeah, that's another great play by the defense to snuff that out. 3 plays, and they didn't run, but about 25 seconds off the clock.
1:55 when they turned the ball over on downs. It's 1:40 now. They used 15 seconds, called all 3 of their timeouts, and Northwestern will come out and punt the ball away. Chance to mention next week's game. Michigan State upset Michigan in Ann Arbor today. Who the Hoot Owls will be after Harbaugh now. Michigan State comes to Iowa City next week for an 11 o'clock kickoff. 9 o'clock pregame show here on the Hawkeye Radio Network.
Now, do you try to block this, Gary? You're in the huddle.
I would. I absolutely would. And they're sending everybody but Charlie Jones. Here's the snap, and oh, they almost get to it. Heck of an effort by the Hawkeyes. Here's a catch at the 11. Charlie Jones falls forward to the 18. That's where the Hawks will start with 1:29 to go in the football game. Iowa trailing 21-20. I'm telling you, Eddie, Terry Roberts almost got that football.
Yeah, he has really been something. He's going to be a terrific player for the Hawkeyes.
He and Dane Belton are around for a few more years. Yeah. That's great to see. 44-yard punt by Derek Adams. Let's see if Spencer Petras can pull a little Nate Stanley out of his helmet. Pass downfield, incomplete. I think it was intended for Laporta. He was.
Yeah, who do you think was all over
on the ground?
top?
He ran into Patty Fisher.
Yeah, I'd stay away from 42. I don't know what you'd call here, but it wouldn't be in 42's area. Patty Fisher's convinced me he's as good as there is in the Big Ten.
He might be as good as there is in the country. He reminds me a lot of Pat Fitzgerald. Second down 10 at the 18. Iowa needs a field goal to win it with 1:25 to go. Petras back to pass, steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to run close to the first down as he gets to the 28. And Iowa's
they give it to him.
Oh, good. He needed to get to the 20, just beyond the 28. They give him forward motion. Clock running. Hawks have to go in a hurry. Bergen and Patty Fisher combine on the tackle. 28-yard line of Iowa. No timeouts. Hawks on the run. Here's a pass deflected, picked off by Gallagher, the linebacker, and that'll do it. Northwestern takes over. Third interception of the day on Spencer Petras with 1:02 to play. And last week it was Northwestern's offense that overwhelmed Maryland. Today it's the defense. Interception on Petras. I see a flag across the way. I'm guessing that'll be for celebrating
probably.
After the play. Actually, I see two flags. Boy, you don't think they would have called interference, do you?
No, it was clean down the field, what I saw.
Well, they're sure spending a lot of time to talk about a celebration penalty. I think, was it Laporta? Who was
Laporta was thrown again to that tight end over the middle. So this wind is so hard.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, intercepting team number 2, come off the sideline without his helmet. 15-yard penalty, first down, Northwestern.
Well, it's a meaningless penalty on Greg Newsome, one you don't want, but that'll march him back 15 yards. So Northwestern will have the ball midfield, take a knee or two, and that'll be it. And Pat Fitzgerald, they came here 2 years ago, Kinnick Stadium, and won the West Division Championship with a win over the Hawkeyes, and they're going to win another close one here today.
Well, you know what's so sad is the score was 17-0 at one time.
Yeah.
And you just can't throw away a lead like that.
Not when you're at home, and that's what is disheartening. And the Hawks are going to be 0-2 for the first time since 2000. Kirk Ferentz, second year at the helm. Ramsey takes another knee, and that'll be it. Northwestern wins it 21-20. That's the final score over the Hawkeyes. Turnovers a factor again today. And the final score, Northwestern 21, the Hawks 20. Iowa drops to 0-2, and Northwestern is 2-0. Back with the U.S. Cellular postgame show in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Small businesses.
University of Iowa Healthcare Player of the Game is Davian Nixon.